Okay, perfect timing. So we are back, and we are now starting with Virtue's Last Reward. As a heads up, obviously, I don't know anything about this game other than its prequel, so just keep spoilers, hopefully on the down low. Uh, as per usual, I'll be talking about my thoughts and what I think about the game, as well as the ideas written there. I have a lot of paper now, because now I know what to expect when it comes to these games. I think the only thing I have to ask you guys is, honestly, do you want English
Isn't that obvious?
or do you want Japanese?
見ればわかるだろ
That's it. So I'm gonna do a first of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, English it is. That was fast. I guess you could say.
Isn't that obvious?
Okay, I'm crossing my fingers. That's the same 0 I know. Okay, let me go ahead and move my paper over here to the right, and then move my keyboard over here. So in terms of release date, this game should be the next in the series, right? But because 999 was a remix, or not remix, a remake, it's technically newer than this version of the game, right? Okay.
Isn't that obvious?
What? Okay, I thought that was like my sound notification or something. This is gonna take some getting used to. Wow.
I'm plenty friendly. I said I'm plenty friendly.
Honestly, this would be perfect for a streamer to actually voice one character's lines. Reminds me of like back in the Danganronpa days.
Don't know.
That is a sentence, yes. Okay, back to it. Man, you are wordy. I mean, one look at Sigma, I wasn't expecting that.
Sigma.
Right, Sigma's probably the guy on the front cover. I mean, I used to do that, but I haven't really been a big fan of voicing all the lines yet.
No, you haven't. I don't have any idea who you are. But
I mean, is there a name tag on you, buddy?
how the hell am I supposed to know? I just know it, okay? Shut up!
Wow.
Just back off, Grandpa.
What the fuck? Me, a grandpa?
I just don't know, alright? It's just kind of there.
Man, these new young kids in the FGC,
Like,
no
I looked
respect
at
for
you,
their elders.
and some part of my brain just said, that's Sigma. What do you think this thing is?
The thing behind you or the elevator win? Oh.
This bracelet?
There's pairs now?
See, you've got one too. They're pretty much identical.
Okay. I'll write down your pair. Let's get it started. 3, huh? Okay, we're both 3? Is that how it works? That's interesting.
It was on already when I woke up. I haven't figured out what it's for yet, though. No. It's just got a 3 and the word pair. What are you doing?
Trying to take it off, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Good luck. I spent a while trying to get mine off while you were napping. It's on pretty tight. Doesn't even have a clasp or anything. I pressed him, but nothing happened. Not even a beep.
Okay, well, I guess this time you can't just mash, and maybe by chance you'll get things changing. I guess that means I wonder how many years this is after 999. We'll figure that out very soon, I hope.
Hey, look! There's something on that screen over there.
How are you feeling?
Not bad, thanks for asking.
I am Zero the Third, the king of this kingdom!
A rat?
I think it's a bunny. Yeah.
I'm sure you've got lots of questions. It just seems silly to have a big old chit-chat right now. So, I'm gonna give you a game to play!
Okay. So the very first game I played in 999, I could take as long as I want.
Yes, yes, yes!
Actually,
I'm calling it...
now that I think about it, is that one of the critiques they're gonna take for this game? Like actually having timed puzzles?
The Nonary Game! Ambidex Edition! There's more to it! Lots more! But if I told you now, that'd be cheating. So, hurry up and get out! I'll be waiting!
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I'm looking forward to this game, and I think it's already given me the heads up, is I actually want my partner in puzzles to do something, and I don't want to solve everything on my own. Or at the very least, I want to be able to switch perspectives with my partner.
All right, I forgot to tell you the most important thing.
But we'll see how that goes.
This elevator you're in, it's gonna fall in a few minutes.
Oh,
Way down.
okay. It's nice to know that Zero is enjoying himself.
Yes, indeedy. So you'd better get moving. I'll see you later. Have a nice trick.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it took a while for me too, but I realized.
Trip and trick, huh?
Man, Sigma's a little bit more emotional than I thought he'd be. He's supposed... You know, I'm not entirely sure if Sigma is the character that I think he is, but whatever, we'll see.
I don't want to die here any more than you. Let's go.
Okay, so the first puzzle timed or not? Oh, okay. The game consists of two sections, the escape portion and the novel portion. The goal of the escape portion is to escape from whatever room you're in, hence the name, yeah, of course. Click on anything on the screen, catches your attention. You can change the camera angle by dragging the cursor across the screen, like this. Okay, got it. Well, let's start with the obvious. Let's look at the door first. Of course not. My guess is I'll take what I learned from 999 and try to apply it to this game. Okay, right here. When you see the word zoom in cyan, in the top right corner of your screen, the game is in zoom mode. To return to your normal view from zoom mode, press the escape key, drag downwards, or click the cyan triangle at the bottom of the screen. That, okay. Why is 0 the third though? Is that entire like heritage or something? You can switch difficulty levels in this? What? If you get stuck, you can switch a difficulty level to easy by opening the menu and clicking the... Wait, did 999 have a difficulty level? I don't recall that. In easy mode, other characters will give you more hints. Oh, that's what it does. But the hints are fun though, because they can like add to the story. However, once you switch the difficulty to easy, you can't switch it back to hard until you finish the escape. When you start over on a particular escape or enter it for the first time, the difficulty level is automatically set to hard. When you start over in a particular... Okay, so at the beginning, it just resets to hard. Got it. All right. I guess the puzzles were pretty easy in 999, despite the last puzzle was... was something else. But maybe it'll be harder this time? Okay. Okay, no reaction. And there's a slot here. What is this? Is this my items? My guess that's the case. I have a save option. Might as well do it earlier. No, or not. Oh, how about this? If you need help with controls, click the menu. Yeah, okay. The screen to make the menu bar appear. Sorry, where? Bottom of the screen. Okay. Then click the Arc or Archive button at the left end. Click the yellow Help tab to see a list of basic controls. God, I think I'll be okay. Okay, so ideally we find some type of tool that opens this up. Looks like that's the basic idea. Three, 4, 5, 6. If it's relevant. And it's colored. Okay, now that I'm seeing the colors around here, it's starting to make a lot more sense. Old age, baby. Can you look down? Might have been better of a control. Okay, well. Some things you come across and collect won't be stored with the rest of your items. Instead, they'll be put in the file. To look at and review them, just click the Archive button in the menu and then navigate to a tab called File. Okay, let's use that right now then. So you go to Menu, you go to Archive, you go to File. Try counting the number of babies and old people. Sure, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I noticed 4, let's double check. 1, 2, 3. It's 4 babies. Okay. I mean, if this is anything like the classic puzzle, it makes sense. What's this line to here? Life would be infinitely happier if we could only be born at the age of 80 and gradually approach 18. Huh, that's a line. 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure that's old. I'll say, okay. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, or 9, but we'll say 7 for now. 7 through 9, if you count these people looking old. Shotgun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 to 9. Okay. Can I do anything with this? I've never seen... At least I don't think so. I haven't seen a fire extinguisher in an elevator before. Have you guys? You'll find 2 types of items in the game. Hints in item form and items you can use in some way. In order to use an item, click whatever you want to use it on while holding the item. Okay. Whatever item is in the front on the item screen is the item you're currently holding. A picture of it will also appear in the item icon when you're holding it. Okay, I'm hoping it's right here. It is. The item that just appeared is called the item screen. While on the item screen, you can expect items you found and combine or hold them. To access the item screen during escape, click the item icon, which you can find in the top left corner. Okay. I got it. So pretty much everything's at least similar to 999 and how it works. Oh, let's test this out. So I counted 4. Okay. Maybe both have to be activated? Let's try 7. Nothing. Okay, I'll leave that alone for now then. What is this thing anyway? Oh, color keycards. Okay. How about the bottom? So far this puzzle doesn't seem to be timed. There is no timer. And I'm taking my sweet time as we're falling, I guess. Each escape room has a safe. Wait, it does? Why would you do that? Okay, fine. These saves have 2 passwords. One for escaping and one for hidden. Okay, I'll write that down so I don't forget. Each escape room has a safe? Really? Hey, I have a question, guys. Does this game have a flowchart like the 999 version I played? Because if it does, I don't have to worry about like writing down the solutions to every single puzzle, right? Okay, so then, just to clarify, I don't have to write down the solutions for every single puzzle. I can just click on the chart and move there. Good, okay. Okay, alright. When you open the safe using the escape password, you'll get a key that will allow you to leave the room you're in. If you open the safe with a hidden file password in hard mode, you'll get a gold file. If you do the same in easy mode, you'll get a silver file instead. The gold and silver files contain supplementary facts and background information that will give the novel sections added depth, but are not necessary for escaping. So, if I want to understand more of the story, I want to do well in the puzzle, is what it's saying. In order to escape and continue the game, you must open the safe with the escape password. Okay, so you have sun, nothing, star. Sun, nothing, star. And you're allowed to do this for all of it. Okay. Fire extinguisher put into a keyhole. Okay, well, that was really convenient, I guess. I have it here. Not reading any files until you finish the game. Okay. So when you say finish the game, you mean beat absolutely everything, then read the files? That's kind of silly. Why would they do that? Maybe they're like director notes or something. Oh, cool, a tool set. They look like socket for socket wrenches. Oh, I mean, we know where this is going. This is gonna be a little bit weird to me because I'm not used to navigating by dragging like that, but whatever, I guess. Oh, right, combine. Is it there? Do I not get the? Let me double check really fast. So I got this from that, obviously. I thought I also got the... What do you call it again? The handles. Okay. So these are all the items I have? That's strange. I guess maybe they were just padding for it. I mean, the point of it is to grab these things on the side, right? So as long as I can grab those, they should function like that, I guess. Oh, there we go. I forgot what the red one was. Whatever. We'll just grab them all for now. Yeah, I guess, I couldn't tell if there were handles in it or not, or they were missing. But it makes more sense they were missing. Okay, so what are the colors again? So it's yellow and triangle. Wrong. There we go. Yellow and triangle. Okay, it is blue and square. And square. It is pentagon. Still getting used to this. Pentagon and green. Last one is obviously. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Combine and combine. Done. Okay, so. Well, I have a question then. Are all of the Zeroscape series games, are they... What the hell? Sorry, are they designed for handheld games? They are? Okay, so this game came out on the Vita, but that doesn't have 2 screens. As far as I'm aware. And 3DS, okay. Okay. Oh, the silly... Yeah. What the hell? Honestly, I thought that was food. Still thinking about it. There are a number of minigames you will play during an escape. Okay. Controls and rules will generally be given to you before a minigame begins, but some start without giving you any detailed instructions. Okay, sure. If you can't solve a minigame, just quit by clicking the back button in the bottom right. Okay, sure. If you keep trying though, the other characters might start to give you hints. They will only do this when you're playing in easy mode though. So remember, if you get stuck on a minigame, give it several tries before you switch the difficulty to easy. So here's my question. On easy mode, characters will give you hints, but will they also make the puzzles easier? Not the hint part. Is the puzzle easier as well? Because I kind of want to hear like banter from characters. So there's easy and hard. Is there normal? Huh, okay. You need to move the green block from the top left to the blue square on the bottom right. You can move the green and red blocks up and down as well as sideways by clicking and dragging the mouse or using arrow keys. Okay. Like that. Interesting. Okay, so the issue is I need something to block here so I can yank this down here, which allows this to come through. I mean, might as well experiment. I don't have any limited amount of time, right? So. Okay, so what's the next issue here? The next issue is that I need... Let's try it this way. Up. Down. Okay. What's the next issue? I need to move that out of the way currently. So can I kill time for it? I can always reset too. Let's see. So if I press down, I'm in this situation. Okay. And the issue is that I cannot have 3. Okay. So let's go ahead and back. Try again. Will you? I mean, go for it. I'm not ashamed. Okay, so that eliminates 1. I guess the question is, how do I shove more into here if possible? Also need to get this over here, which allows me to do this. But when I shift it over to the right, the issue that this will be in the way. So how do you solve for that is the issue, right? Yeah. Please. Okay, so the other issue is... Ideally, I can get to this section here and yank it up. I think would be a goal. So how do I yank it up? Okay, click here. Well, if I'm stuck in this position, let's see what you can do here. Yanking this over here and down will get me stuck in this position. No? Getting stuck in a corner makes no sense. So pretty much, I need to have only 1 here and these 2 up here. So if I solve for that, we're good to go. Okay. What else is a freebie move here? If I yank up here, the issue... Hang on. If I yank up here, can I solve the problem anymore? No, because then I'm stuck because I can't move down anymore. Okay. Okay, so what are the forced moves then? This is forced, right? I see no logic of moving this back down. How'd that help me? Oh, let's test it out. Curious. Okay, got that. Oh, I think of yank because of this move called chain yanker in God Hand. So I've been using that as a verb. Look one to me. I mean, I miss that game a lot, actually. It's one of the games that I have a lot of fond memories with. So the problem though is that I think it's only on the PS3 and PS2, and I don't think you can download PS3 games on PS4, right? Actually, can you? I don't think I've actually tried. Okay. I'm going to assume I've clearly put in the memory card, just the item here. It's doing nothing for me. So far, nothing. I mean, does it give me a clue about the safe now? I'm going to assume the answer is no. Okay. Did anything activate at all other than the light? Green does nothing. Blue does nothing, obviously. Red does nothing. Yep, okay. Any buttons on the side? No. No, no, no. Okay, so it's clearly I need more. I guess we can try and see what happens when I... No, not that. This. Let's activate. What the? Sorry, something up here? Little panel with a keyhole. The opening in the center is covered with a transparent plastic. Okay, sure. Okay, now that I turn on that panel, does this do anything? It does. Man, Halloween is so soon. I really wish that escape rooms are gonna last for a little bit longer. Cause I don't know, for some reason, Halloween brings about escape room-esque kind of stuff. Which reminds me, we actually are having a Halloween stream, by the way. Hey Hyder, how you doing, man? Thanks for supporting, man. I know it's kind of rough for you, but I really appreciate it. Wait, what platformer? Are you talking about Celeste? Any platformer? Come on, guys. I don't think a single person here actually wants me to play a platformer. Like, I am notoriously bad at... Okay, you know what? Maybe you guys would be interested. Sure, I'll write it down. Yeah, like, I'm curious about Celeste's story. But I don't want people to suffer me like playing a platformer. It must be like obnoxious as hell. Okay, so it's a pentagon. I'll just draw it as it is. It's pretty simple. I don't think it actually matters. I think I just need to memorize it. But who knows? I learned fast not to assume everything for puzzle games. I mean, that's kind of the thing though, right? You gotta approach them with an open mind. And it's a little scary sometimes, because when you have people watching you, I guarantee you that people get nervous. In my case, it would be like tournament nervous, right? But one of the things I really liked about being on stage for tournaments is that is the realization that if I am nervous on stage, the other guy must be as well. And once I realize that, it's like, oh shit, he's nervous? Let me go in. That stuff is so fun. I mean, it's true though, right? Like, doing things in front of someone is a lot more, well, if you're performing, right? Performing is a lot more nerve-wracking when you have an actual audience in front of you versus just doing it solo. Because then you gotta worry about what they think, and if that really actually matters to you, then it can cause some errors to happen. You have found an escape password. To view it, visit the archive and navigate to the blue Pass tab. Okay, so I'm gonna take a step back and ask a question to the stream. I have an escape pass, but I don't have the golden file. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Can you clarify with me, how do I get the golden file? Okay. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm just gonna write star, sun, sun. I'll know what it means. Okay. Okay. So pretty much you get the golden file if you go above and beyond. Like you pass the flying colors. Okay. Okay, so it was star, sun, sun. Then to see what's inside, which I cannot because it will be a spoiler apparently, I'll just ignore it. I won't look at it. Okay. So then I insert the actual password and I solve it? Is that how it works? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so let's try to figure this out. So they are in the archive? The secret, right? So how would I know if something's a spoiler or not? Okay. There are 6 A-B rooms in a warehouse on floor A. Okay. With a voting device on the wall? This refers to the door on the A-B room. What refers to the door? The A-B gate? Okay. Most elevator doors open horizontally, but this one opens and closes vertically. Most elevators are also include a safety feature that prevents the door from closing if anything obstructs it. Okay, well, the thing is, I don't want, like, the viewers to not get information that they should have, right? Manu, can you do me a favor and put in the link for the retweet again? Oh, I can do it for you right now. Bam. There. I'm really curious what Uchikoshi's gonna do in terms of writing for the story. I mean, the first time I experienced 999, it was hard to really find time to think about the overall writing. And, like, I actually took that as a positive for his story, because of how it fit the idea of escaping.
Your shoulders?
I mean, yeah. Like, I guess the question is there a ladder up there? Can you pull me up there? I can't stand on your shoulders, lady.
I knew it. You sick bastard.
I mean, the other question is, aren't you wearing pants?
Fine. On your knees. You're a little tall for me to just jump up on your shoulders. And I'm certainly not going to give you the satisfaction of making me climb. So kneel.
Okay.
Thanks. A little step up is just what I needed. Quiet. Here we go.
Mio, don't get any ideas. What the hell? Dude, if she could jump that high, she could have done it herself.
All right, give me your hand.
Can you?
Well, I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or Merman or a Wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or Common or Ramen. I'm not a caveman either, so you don't really need to worry about anything. My name is Phi. I guess you could say I am no man. Just come on.
Okay, alright, Phi.
One of these days, Witch King.
So we got Phi and Sigma. It's like we're in a prison. Are those? Oh jeez, I thought those were houses. Those are elevators? Okay.
Sure doesn't look like an elevator shaft. Some kind of warehouse, maybe. Or a hangar. Yeah. It wasn't going to go anywhere. So it would seem. Forget it. Look. More people. Looks like an old guy, a young man, 2 girls, and they're all wearing bracelets. Probably safe to assume they're trapped here too.
Okay, I hope that's who I think it is. Because I wanted to know more about Alice. Oh shit, hey, what's up? Alright, hang on.
No, we don't. I haven't been out here much longer than you.
They grabbed you too, huh?
Man, it feels weird to look at these characters and models now. I don't know, man. I think they did a really good job with 999 and animated sprites. Not sprites, animated portraits.
I think we all shared that particular experience. The smoke seems to be some kind of general anesthetic. When I woke up, I was in one of these elevators.
No! Mr. Dio and I were in the same elevator, but...
Wait, what? Dio?
That would be me.
You look nothing like the Dio I know.
This little guy here is Quark.
Alright, so we got Dio and Quark. Alright. I'm making a list of the character names so I can start like keeping track of how sus they are.
Nice to meet you, mister.
Dio already gets a check mark. With a name like that, how can he not be sus? I'm being dead serious. I'm immediately checking him.
Tenmyoji, Alice, and Luna all woke up in different elevators.
Alice, you serious? Okay, it really is Alice. Well, I mean, it could be the person with the same name. Alice, Luna, Tenmyoji? How many is that so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing 2.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you've got it right.
So you're Tenmyoji. That makes sense.
Yep.
Sounds like an old person name.
Me. She's Luna.
Got it.
Hello. It's very nice to meet you.
And you are?
Say that again.
This bundle of laughs is fine.
Bastard.
Are you two...
Actually, that is a fair question, because sometimes I think to myself, isn't this like how Mio and I act?
You think?
See your bracelet there?
Don't stab me, Mio, I promise. I'm not throwing shade at you.
And yours. Phi, right? Now let me have a look. I thought so.
Okay, so is everyone paired up?
Quark, you and Dio show them your bracelets.
Okay, so I will put 3 next to my name and yours, just for the time being. Is everyone 3? What the fuck? I'm red. Okay, fine, I'll put 3R for the time being. I'm not sure that's relevant yet. Quark and Dio are 3B.
Oh, sharp eye there.
Actually, sorry, is it Quark and Dio who are 3? That's Quark at least. So he's 3B.
Show him yours too, ladies.
Solo? What the fuck does that mean? And you're Solo? It's an old man's arm. That's Tenmyoji, so that means by process of elimination, Dio and Quark are 3B. 3S are the rest of the characters. I guess I'll write 3G.
Right. You figure it out then?
Sigma and I are the red pair. Dio and Quark are the blue pair. Each pair got put in the same elevator. But Tenmyoji, Alice, and Luna were all solos. So...
Don't got the foggiest idea.
I mean, not yet, right?
I don't know why we're split up like this either.
Does anybody know what the 3 means?
Maybe it has something to do with the game.
Yes, yes, yes! And I'm calling it the Nonary Game!
Oh my god.
Evidence Edition!
Visually, I'm a little concerned already, but we'll see what happens.
Yes. In the elevator.
He said something about the elevator falling.
I can definitely see where Somnium Files gets its inspiration from. Or rather, the development of the visual style. You know, I guess that's the reason why people asked if Somnium Files was related to the Nonary games. Or, I mean, he's famous for this story, so maybe that's not the case, but... The others explained that after they'd escaped from their own elevators, they'd gone around the warehouse Y room we were in? Warehousey room. Okay, sorry. we were in and tested the doors. Unfortunately, it turned out they were all shut tight and impossible to open. Sure, okay. They had been about to try and open this door, then one with a 9 on it, when Phi and I appeared. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense as well.
You think we'd have done it last if there was? Well, give it a shot, why don't you? I don't think you'll be able to force that door with anything short of a tank.
I mean, they are color-coded.
I told you already. Ugh, each one's got a digital lock on it. We can't pick the lock, and we can't break down the door. Why would I lie?
Sorry, I just had a really funny thought. So there's this YouTube channel that I follow out of pure boredom. Like sometimes I can't go to sleep, so I read books or I watch YouTube. And there's this YouTube channel called the lock picking lawyer or something?
No, unfortunately. Not that we've found, anyway.
So I just had this kind of like stupid scene running in my head where like the kid goes like, you know, you can't pick any of these doors, and like the YouTube guy walks in front of the door and says, all right, there's a problem with this lock here. Okay, I got it open, guys.
Well, there is one thing I'm a little curious about. I was the first to escape. That means I know who was in which elevator.
Cool.
I watched all of you come out after all. Well, I was in the 1/3 from the right.
Do I really do it? Fine, we'll do it for the future. So I'm gonna just section off this right here, because this is irrelevant now. And I'm gonna draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elevators. So I'll draw them in circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is according to Alice's testimony. So Alice was in this one. Okay.
Tenmyoji was the second out. Your elevator was second from the left, I think.
Good memory. Yeah, that's where I was.
Third was Luna. You climbed out of the rightmost elevator, didn't you?
Okay, so we have A1, T2.
Yes, that's the one.
Dio and Quark were next.
L3.
You came out of the elevator next to Luna's, right?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
And finally,
DQ4.
the two of you were trapped in...
The third elevator from the left.
Okay, SP5. So there's someone who isn't out yet?
Yes.
Okay.
No one has come out of the leftmost elevator.
Are you saying there's still someone in there?
Well, I mean, I think so. We're missing a total of 9 people.
I can't say for certain, but it does seem strange.
Also, if I look at the bottom of the overlay that I made, I'm pretty sure there's more characters in this game.
Maybe we should go take a look.
Yeah, I mean, I hope there isn't... What do you call it? I hope there isn't an assumption that audiences don't like hand-drawn art for games or something. I don't think there is an assumption for that, but maybe they thought that 3D CG was just more affordable, or they wanted to try something new. I don't know.
Nothing.
Hey, look at this!
Yeah, I mean that would make sense to me. Ambidex room?
Is that some kind of card reader? Maybe it unlocks it or something.
Okay, so this one's ambidex, huh?
There's one next to each door.
What do you think ambidex room is supposed to mean?
My guess is 2. We're missing 2 people, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing 2 people. Assuming this is the classic no narrate game.
Well, it says it on all 6 of the elevators.
All of them, really?
Maybe it has something to do with the game that Zero was talking about.
Oh, the Nonary Game Ambidex Edition?
Nah. I got nothing. Not even dirt.
So they've taken everything we were carrying? Wonderful.
The rest of us dug through our pockets as well, but it was pretty obvious that Dio was right. My own were completely empty. There wasn't even any lint in the creases. Okay.
Maybe there's no one in there.
I mean, we can knock. Can we hear anything?
What makes you so sure?
What's that?
Look! It's opening! There was someone in there!
What?
Clover!
Okay. Clover, huh?
Are you okay? Clover!
How old was she in the previous game? I think 18. So...
Wake up!
Okay, so however old she is now, maybe you can figure out how late this game is.
What did you do to her?
Nothing. She was like that when I woke up. I really wouldn't worry, though. She should be all right. Her breathing is steady. I believe she's only sleeping.
Then she hasn't woken up since they kidnapped her.
Kidnapped? Begging your pardon, but I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Where are we? And who are you?
Yeah, you look like a... I don't know how to put this. You look like a religious robot monk.
Who am I?
You're kidding me, right?
I don't remember. I don't remember anything.
Okay, alright, who's that monk in Overwatch? What's his name? Like, seriously.
I have no idea where I am, who I am.
Zenyatta?
what day
Okay.
it is.
I'll call him Zen.
If you happen to know any of those things, I would very much appreciate it if you shared that information. Not knowing one's identity is vexing.
Oh yeah, very original. The amnesiac routine. Please, how are we supposed to take you seriously when you're wearing this robot suit? We can't even see your face. You gonna tell us someone forced you into that thing?
I assume so. It seems the most reasonable explanation. When I woke up, I was wearing this armor, I suppose you could call it.
You look pretty calm for a man who doesn't know who he is.
Look? That's an odd choice of words.
I'm gonna go to save. Oh, they do this kind of save file? Much better if you ask me. I'm gonna go to... What the hell does stop mean? Oh, probably the flow. Log, memo, flow, save. Is there no option menu? What the hell? Bruh, really?
I'm wearing a mask. How would you know how I look?
Wait, what?
You know what I meant, smartass.
Oh. She's waking up. Clover! Are you okay? Come on, talk to me!
Wait, can I do this whenever I want? Oh my god! What do I put here? Save me! Oh God!
Where are we?
This is a power that no man should have. Alright. Once Clover had woken up, Alice explained everything we knew so far. She listened silently until Alice mentioned Zero and a no-narrate game, and then her eyes went wide.
What?
Oh, same voice actress, huh?
No.
I think.
No, that can't.
Yeah, it is, it is. The blood drained from her face, and she wrapped her arms tightly around herself. What did she know? As Alice continued to console Clover, the rest of us turned to questioning the mysterious man in the mask. Thanks for the follow, man.
When did you lose your memory?
When? That's a difficult question. I suppose when I was born. I don't remember anything of my life. Assuming I had one.
I mean, do you feel the need to use the restroom? If the answer is yes, then I guess you're not a robot. We asked him everything we could think of. I mean, are you hungry? Do you feel thirsty? Birthday, address, occupation, family, childhood, but all he did was shake his head. Okay.
I think he has generalized amnesia. It's a type of memory loss. People affected by it retain knowledge like language, social common sense, memorized facts, abilities they've learned.
Okay, so Zen, generalized amnesia. So I'm gonna start checking him for when he starts getting sus. So he knows language, social common sense, memorized facts, abilities they've learned. Okay, sure.
Anything that has to do with, themselves is just lost.
Got it.
It's a very serious condition. Most research suggests that it's mainly psychological, not physiological. But in very rare instances, it has been shown to result from severe head trauma.
Maybe I had a really bad breakup?
I mean, he can joke. He was making a laughing sort of noise, but his expression didn't change. Of course not. That's probably not his face. With the mask on, there was no way we could tell if he was smiling or not, but his voice sure didn't make it sound like he was.
Bullshit. This guy's obviously full of it. Don't tell me you're actually buying this.
Close inspection revealed that his armor fit around the bracelet. In other words, the bracelet was attached to his arm like ours and not simply part of his suit. Interesting. That doesn't really look like... Whatever. He's a 3 pair, huh? So... 3... I'll put 3Y, and probably Clover is 3Y as well. Okay. What the fuck? Why is it? That's a... What do I write down for that then? Fine, I'll make a note. 3 pair, green text, yellow watch. I mean, I understand that's a little bit finicky with his armor, but huh. I don't think the color of the watch should be important either, but I just wrote it down, who knows. They taken my favorite watch when they grabbed me and given me the bracelet instead, and unless it happens to be 3 right now, it wasn't going to be very useful for telling time, fair enough. Okay, with no windows in the warehouse, it was impossible to even guess what time of day or night it was. Time could have stopped, and we wouldn't have had the first idea.
Didn't I tell you that?
I mean, is there a card reader or some type of reader in that door?
There's a box here. Maybe it's some sort of locking thing, like the ones next to the elevators.
Yeah, sort of. So how does
I
it
don't
work?
think it's a card reader, though.
Hey, what do you think that is? That graffiti over there. See? On the wall?
Oh, yes, that. I was wondering what that was.
2 milkmen go comedy.
2 milkmen go comedy.
Doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean.
I think it's somebody's way of saying hello. You heard me.
I have a question. Does the Japanese version have voice lines for every character, including the main character? If so, I'll go to it right now.
It's an anagram.
Nope, okay.
Yeah, they tried a lot of names before they worked it down to Tella. Come on, seriously? You've never heard of an anagram?
It's a kind of, wordplay where you move the letters around to create something else.
Exactly. Watch.
With a tip for a boot, if I spelled out 2 sentences in the dust on the floor, 2 milkmen go comedy. Welcome to my kingdom. Hey, thank you.
Exactly. Seems like somebody was expecting us, doesn't it?
True, but you're assuming that Zero isn't one of us.
Oh god, don't start this shit again! Clover, do you want to say anything about this? Zero, shut the fuck up.
Huh?
Look, over there.
Shame on you, Fido. You can't say what I'm about to say before I say it. I've got a plan, you know. I can't just tell you everything at once. Although, things are starting to get exciting.
Where are you, you little bastard? Too scared to come out and face me like a man?
Are you an idiot? I'm a rabbit. You really think a talking rabbit is a real thing?
Of course I don't. You're some kind of CG rabbit or something, probably. That's not what I meant, though.
I don't know, you're some type of CG anime character, so you tell me, man.
Oh! You meant you want to see the person who's controlling me? I guess God touched this one a little too hard.
What?
Weren't you listening to Fido? She's clever, you know. Well, yes. I guess that's one way to put it.
Yo, Lion, what's up, man?
Are you really sure? You're responding to our questions and stuff right now. That means you're not just, like, a video somebody made.
I don't know. Maybe Zero is Lelouch, and he anticipated all your questions. So why don't we ask him something incredibly random, like... What's your favorite anime movie?
Wouldn't that mean that Zero would have to be controlling you and sending you answers right now? Because it doesn't look like anyone's doing that.
Well, of course they aren't. I'm an AI. I'm an artificial intelligence powered by a quantum computer.
Okay.
Zero is the one who built me, of course. So I guess that makes one of you my parent. Now, are you a mommy or a daddy? That would be telling. Now, with that said, I guess I should probably tell you that I'm not the one who brought you here. I mean, obviously, I don't even have a body. I'm just the facilitator for this facility. I just do what I'm told to do.
And what do you facilitate?
Didn't I say? The game, of course! Correct! It's my job to make sure it runs smooth.
I wanna try auto.
No. It's supposed to be over.
What is the nonary game?
Nonary refers to a base 9
Actually,
numeral
auto isn't so
system,
bad.
but can also mean something that is, in some way, related to the number 9. Nona can be used as a prefix as well, where it means essentially the same thing. Therefore, it stands to reason that the nonary game is a game that deals with the number 9 in some way.
Exactly. 9 is a very, very important number in this game. After all, 9 is your goal.
Goal?
Yes, goal. You see that door in front of you? That's your door. If you can open the door with a 9 on it, you can escape.
What do we have to do to open it?
Yes. Let me explain. Look at your left wrists. You see the bracelet? Of course you do. Now, tell me, Fido, what number is on yours?
A 3.
What about the rest of you?
They're all the same. We've all got 3s.
Exactly. I'm going to call those numbers bracelet points.
Bracelet
If
points?
you're feeling lazy, you can just call them BP.
BP, got it.
Only the people who can get their number to 9 or more will be able to open the door with a 9 on it and escape. See the box on the wall?
Whoa, stop. One more time. Only the people who can get their number to 9 or more will be able to open a door with a 9 on it. Okay, what's wrong with all of us walking right through then? Okay, bracelet points. Go on.
That's how you'll get out. Anyone with a greater than or equal to 9 BP can pull that lever and the door will open.
Greater than or equal to? Okay.
However, there are 3 rules you can't forget.
I hate you already, you know that, right?
1. The number 9 door will only stay open for 9 seconds.
What? 9 seconds? You shitting me, right? Okay. 9
When
seconds.
your time is up, it'll close automatically, so be careful. 2. The number 9 door only opens once.
Okay, so you can't cheat the system.
Once that happens, it's all over. It'll close for good after 9 seconds, so if you're not careful, you could get stuck.
Okay, so let me actually write this down so I can understand what they're trying. Yeah, I agree with that sentence. That works. Hang on. Flow. Holy shit! What the fuck? Jesus, that's new. Okay. Open for 9 seconds. Fine. Open for 9 seconds. Closes permanently. Okay. So I'm trying to see how they revamped the system for this game. So suddenly, as a viewer / reader of the game, I'm not gonna be like, well, why don't you guys just try to, cheat the system over and over and over again, right? So they've done something different.
3.
3.
Now, maybe some of you are thinking. You're thinking, oh ho! If my BP is too low, then I'll just have someone with enough BP open the door.
Right.
And I'll just slip through when it's open. Well, that's not gonna happen. If you think you can be sneaky, well... Oh, I really shouldn't say that yet. All you need to know is that anybody who tries to sneak out gets hit with a big penalty.
Okay. Threatens that if you don't meet the requirements, there's, in quotes, a big penalty. Got it.
What the hell does that mean?
Down in front. I'll tell you later. Yes?
Why did you start making rabbit puns?
Well, cause I felt like it. I thought it might make me sound cute.
Never mind that. You still haven't told us what we need to know most. How do we get BP?
Oh, that's easy. Just use the ambidex room. If you like abbreviations, you can always call it the AB room instead.
Got it. Okay, so points are getting by the AB room. Get points.
You mean those, elevators?
You can call them your houses if you want.
Gold star.
So how do we go about using them?
How else do you use a room? You go in. No, I had a hunch you might try that, so I closed those up tight while you were talking. So don't be hatching any hatch plans, you understand? I live in the master computer. That means all the electronic doors in this whole warren are under my control.
How do we get in then? We tried the doors on the front. They're all locked.
There's a card reader next to each one, isn't there? All you gotta do is slide a card through, and there you go.
Where do we find those key cards?
Well, we don't got them. There weren't any in the warehouse.
Oh, well, no. Of course there wouldn't be any there.
Then where are they?
I think you'll find what you're looking for behind the chromatic doors. Right here! You see the three pretty doors just to your right?
Huh? Hold on. I thought those doors were locked.
Quirk,
What?
you see those buttons on the sides of your watch? Can you press them at the same time?
Why?
To make little boys ask questions. Just press them, please.
Okay.
In fact, why doesn't everybody press their buttons as well?
10 seconds? 10 minutes? 10 what?
The 2 digits on the left show hours, and the 2 on the right show minutes.
Okay.
Does that mean it's 12:10 in the morning?
No!
Oh, the numbers are going down.
It's gone from 10 minutes to 9.
So, that would mean this must be counting down to something, right?
Correct. I don't even need to explain the rest, do I?
I'm guessing this is the time until the chromatic doors unlock.
Ding 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 ding! Very impressive, Tenmioli! All right. Let us review what we've learned.
Oh my god! It's like I'm talking to Oro in rabbit form. I could kill someone just the moment they start making puns. If I were stuck in an escape room with someone who did nothing but puns, only one person's making it out alive, you know?
However, just like the number 9 door, they won't stay open forever. You have 5 minutes. Once your time is up, the doors will close no matter what. So I hope you've gone through by then. That's just the primary door.
What?
Each door in this warren has a twin. Isn't that nice? The chromatic doors aren't any different. There's one door on this side, one door on the other side. Unfortunately, the secondary chromatic door on the other side is locked too.
Couldn't make it easy for us, could you?
Of course you'll all have to split up.
Split up?
Yep. Cleaver, can you tell me what the 3 primary colors are?
Why are you asking me?
Because you're the only person who hasn't talked to me. I try to communicate with as many people as I can.
Okay, that is peculiar. So my first question is, why did you have to do that? Because I need to understand the limitations of this AI. Like, I was thinking to myself, what if you just walked away from its projector and started talking to it? Would it understand? Is it limited within a certain space? Because I need to figure out if there's any way to cheat the system. Because you don't want to really play the game, right? You want to play it up to a certain point and then try to figure out any exceptions that you can take. Let me see. I should make another page for this. So the secondary page is here. I guess I'll say 0. Why does it actually need to talk to other people? Limitations of AI? What are they? Can we kill this thing is also a question. I don't like puns.
It helps me improve, you see. I'm trying to get into the rabbit of doing it all the time. Now, answer my questions. Do you know what the 3 primary colors are? Well...
You mean red, green, and blue? You're supposed to be able to make any color by mixing them, right?
So which colors would you mix to get magenta?
Red and blue,
How about yellow?
green and red.
What if you wanted cyan?
Blue and green.
That's right! Now, take another look at the nice bracelets you're all wearing. Notice how they come in 3 vibrant colors?
Yeah. We get it already. The red and blue bracelets can open the secondary magenta door together. Green and red can open the yellow one. And blue and green can open the cyan door. I miss anything?
Yeah, honestly, I was gonna mention about Clover always smiling, but I was like, you know, maybe it's intentional.
Wonderful! I think you grab it. There is one other little thing, though.
You're talking about what happens if you've got 2 of the same color, right?
Yep. What do you think happens?
How the hell would I know?
If you want to open a door, but all you've got is 1 color, then you can use that to open a door with the complementary color to the one you've got.
I see. So if you've got red and red, then you can open the cyan door.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I clearly missed that when I was thinking about something else. You're talking about what happens if you got 2 of the same color, right? What do you think happens? How the hell would I know? If you want to open a door, but all you've got is 1 color, then you can use that to open a door with a complementary color to the one you've got. Should I just print screen this? I guess I will. Print screen done. No, seriously, I'm just gonna print screen it so I can always have this as a reference. Okay, so Control V that. And I will put this right here. There we go. Cut this, go over here, Control V, save. Desktop, I'll save this as VLR color wheel. Thingamabob, whatever you want to call it. But let me also open up the image. Where did I put it? Okay, over here. Found it. Okay. Ah, please, Twitch chat! Okay, over here, and now I always have a reference for the color scheme.
Blue and blue can open the yellow door.
Okay, so R and R, just for my own reference, R and R equals cyan, B and B equals yellow,
And green can open the magenta door.
G and G equals magenta. Okay, so now I always have a reference so I can understand a character's thought process.
Right again! Looks like your brain hasn't rotted away yet, Tenmioldi.
Just what the hell's that supposed to mean?
It means exactly what it says. I was trying to compliment you, you know. Oh well. Let's continue, shall we? There are 2 types of bracelets. Pairs and solos.
Okay.
That means there's 2 types of players, too. Pairs and solos.
Does that mean their goals are different?
In this game, the 2 members of a pair are considered to be a single entity, which means they share the same destiny. Isn't that a good deal? I Heroes don't have any restrictions like that, though. I mean, why would they? They're forever alone. And that means that they can go wherever they want. Yay! Now, let's take another look at all of your bracelets. We'll start with you, Siggy. What color is your bracelet?
Red? Okay. I'm gonna confirm everything right now, because this is gonna lead to other things later.
Are you a pair or a solo?
Okay, so I'll draw lines if they are a pair, otherwise I'll leave it alone. So 3R.
Fido is next. Tell us about your bracelet.
It's just like Sigma's, red in a pair.
What about you, Alas?
It's red, and I'm a solo.
Okay. So you are 3R. Got it?
Bio, Quirk,
Blue. Pair.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, mine's the same.
Mooney, Cleaver, Tamioli, all at once.
I'm a blue solo.
Okay, so this is 3B for now.
I'm a green
3
pair.
3G for now. 3 pair with Temio. No, with Zen, right?
Green solo.
Green solo. 3G, okay.
And finally, who are you?
I'm, let's see. I suppose you can call me K.
I knew it. You were just lying about that amnesia crap.
I'm not lying. This was just a, how do I put it? A flash of insight, I suppose. I saw the letter K.
Why?
So, what does K have to do with anything?
I wish I knew.
Okay, fine. K. I'll call you K instead of Zen. K. All right.
Sadly, I have no idea. Does it mean anything to you?
Asshole.
Come on now, boys. You can fight later. Now, Kay, can I call you that?
Yes,
I'm guessing your bracelet is the same as Clover's.
Should be.
that's right. It says pair.
Okay, so Phi and Sigma are red pairs. Dio, and Quark are blue pairs. Alice is a red solo. Luna is a blue solo. Temioji is a green solo. Clover and K are green pairs. So pretty much you have 3 color pairs, 3 solos. That's it.
And the text is green.
Okay. I'm glad we got all that bracelet business out of the way. Now, let us return to the subject at hand. How do you open the secondary door? So, Siggy, what would you do to get through the magenta door?
Okay, so we would need to do red and blue, right? So we would get the blue group. Does that work?
Or you could work with Mr. Dio and me. We're blue too.
Whoops! Oh, celery sticks. I forgot to tell you.
Right, even though it's a pair, we're considered one person,
You
so...
have to have exactly 3 people in your group to open the secondary door.
Oh, that's cute, alright. You need 3 people to open a door. Exactly? Exactly 3, okay. Exactly 3 people to open a door. Well, the colored doors at least. I'll say a colored door. Done.
That means you can't have 2 people, or 4 people, or, well, anything other than 3, really. Pretty much. And I guess I should probably tell you that the secondary door won't open until the primary door closes.
So you gotta just sit in there and wait for 5 minutes.
It's made that way to keep out cheaters.
Yeah, but that's not fun, Zero! Come on, man! Like, part of the fun in 999 is figuring out how you can, like, cheat the system. And, like, what that means in terms of, like, a character's intentions and how much they care about people living.
We didn't want a 4th or 5th person just running in at the last minute like, ah, wait for me! When the right people open the door, but if the primary door closes first, then that's impossible!
Okay, fine.
See, it all makes sense. in my explanation. But now, I'm all done. Any questions?
Okay, I guess if I were in this situation, test its AI. Like, how smart is it? I took a moment to go over everything we've learned so far. I written the notes down. What do I have to do to escape? Open the number 9 door. Sure. So we need to ideally make our BP rise up to 9 or above, and then we can run through the 9 door. Yep. How do I get more BP? You use your lovely little rooms there. I mean, we're not exactly sure. You gotta open it up and see what happens, but... Okay, I will say that the implications of this game are more... I'm not sure how else to say it. Scripted? Like, you're forced upon a certain path compared to, like, 999. At least from the beginning, right? With the information they're giving me. Pressing the buttons on both sides of the bracelet simultaneously shows how much time is remaining. Okay. How do I get to the secondary door? For starters, there's a limit to how many people can go in. 3 people. I'm gonna just read something again. Log? Yada yada. What do I do to open the primary chromatic door? Okay. The doors will open, and the finishing door, the door afterwards, will only open after the other doors close. Okay. And here's examples of how you get through. Okay.
Good? Excellent. It looks like none of you have any questions. Yay!
I mean, the scary thing about 999 was that it, through its words, early on implied that there was only a select few who could get out, right? And that was what started the paranoia and started the distrust between characters. And then you learned through solving puzzles and seeing more of the ship that there was a ultimate message behind 999, which was you weren't actually trying to sacrifice anyone, because ultimately you would lead to the same place, right? And then, you know, so on and so forth, you find the ending and yada yada. Okay, well.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
So, I'll tell you a few things that I'm thinking about right now. The first thing I'm thinking is, what are the reasons to change the rules of this game other than to make it more exciting for readers, right? It certainly cuts down on the cheating idea. Like, I don't have any fun thinking about, well, what if we just shove this chair in between this door and then, like, yeah, fuck it. If it closes, who gives a shit, right? The problem is, if that door isn't closed, then the other door isn't open unless I can have it like a small gap open or something. The other thing that it does is obviously it makes it so you can't just copy and pasta the 999 setup. So you whatever knowledge you took from 999, you know, hopefully it can help with this game, but it shouldn't be a one-to-one, right? Where like, oh, this puzzle, I've seen this before, I know the solution to this, or like this idea, I've seen it before, I know the solution to this. You can't do that. But then the other question that I have in my head is, if you played 999 and you went into VLR, which I'm assuming a decent amount of the audience has done, right? What intertextuality is there? What element of this story borrows from the previous, and how does it build upon its themes if it chooses to do so? I'm hoping to God this isn't disconnected. It shouldn't be. Clover's there. Alice is there, right? So there's that implication that there's some type of connection between intertextuality. Let me give you the easy definition of intertextuality. You know what this is. I'll just explain it to you. Okay, intertextuality definition. It's the borrowing of other texts, right? The relationship between texts, especially literary ones. So, there is direct and indirect intertextuality. So, for example, when I say I am thinking of a visual story like a movie or a TV show that has a apocalyptic background, roaming bandits on motorcycles, and people are starving. What do you think I am talking about? What TV show or movie do you think I am talking about? Go. Anyone, I'm dead serious. Okay. I got 2 for Mad Max and 1 H&K. So, did you know that the mangaka for Hokuto no Ken, aka Fist of the North Star, actually said one of his inspirations was Mad Max? That's not surprising, right, if you think about it. So, that would be an example of indirect intertextuality. He doesn't say, okay, in the interview, he says he borrowed ideas from Mad Max, but the work itself does not have a direct saying that, hey guys, Kenshiro is actually a character from Mad Max or something like that, right? He borrows ideas from other works and puts it into his works. He said that. It's in an interview. It's fact, okay? Direct intertextuality would be something like Deadpool. So in Deadpool 2, this is not really a spoiler. Deadpool 2, he has this one scene in which the Deadpool doll is dressed up like Woody from Toy Story, right? So he points his guns with the doll at Cable, and he says, "Reach for the sky," I think, which is a direct quote from Toy Story. So that would be direct intertextuality. You're borrowing text, which is the content of a story, for example, from other works to prompt ideas from the audience. So when you think of Mad Max and the ideas in that story, when the author of Hokuto no Ken borrowed ideas from Mad Max, he wants you to also think about the thematic quality of it, or the setting of it, or some element of it, right, that helps you understand the work in a nuanced way, where it layers it. So what I'm saying about VLR is, in what ways does it engage with its past text, 999? So you come out having read this with a better understanding of what the nonary games mean, right? Is a nonary games just like a game where you just all have fun and people die and cool? No, right? At least from my reading of 999, that's not the case. There's an extra element to it other than the gameplay. There's a revenge story. There is a story that wants you to believe in other characters. There's duality and how characters aren't always what they seem, so on and so forth, right? So how does those ideas from the past play into this, if they do at all? And this is Uchikoshi, right? He didn't suddenly just drop the project and give it to someone else. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Oh, so sorry guys, but it looks like your time's up. You better hop to it and get those secondary doors open.
Fuck that!
Still the same Nanuka.
We aren't gonna open shit! You can take your lamery game and shove it up your ass. If you think we're just gonna swallow your psychotic crap and play along, you've got another thing coming, you smart-ass little rodent.
I'm a rabbit.
Shut up!
Well, shoot. I thought you might say that. Unfortunately, you have no choice but to follow the rules.
Okay, yeah. So the rules are a lot more oppressive in this version of the game.
Why is that?
I don't know.
When the time comes, those 3 doors will automatically close.
I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I thought we were in a prison.
If anyone is left outside after they close, they'll
what?
They'll be penalized.
There we go, right? There is no freedom.
You keep saying that. What the hell is this penalty anyway?
Well, death. Your bracelets contain 2 drugs.
Drugs this time.
The first is an anesthetic called Soparil Beta. The other is a muscle relaxant called Tubocurarine.
Okay, I remember what Soparil is, kind of. So Soparil was something made in the first story, right? Which was made by the pharmaceutical company. Is it the one that the guy injected into his neck? Right? It was the one that injected into his neck. Okay. Tubo Kurarin? What the hell is that?
Your bracelet also has a bunch of needles on the inside.
Okay.
If you break the rules, those needles hop out and inject you. First is the Soberil, which puts you to sleep. 9 minutes later, the tubocurarine is injected, numbing your respiratory muscles. I guess you could say it'll really take your breath away. You should know that the Soberil is only there out of the kindness of Zero's heart. Oh, and I mean the real Zero. Not me.
Okay.
Zero just doesn't want to see anybody suffer. Isn't that just so compassionate? If I had a heart, it'd be melting right now.
I will write 0/0 rabbit, so I don't get confused that this is the real Zero.
Anyway, all it means is that you'll die pretty painlessly, so hey, there's nothing to worry about, really. Of course, none of that will happen if you just follow the rules.
3 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Well then, looks like it's time for me to hop on out of here. Good luck, guys! See you all later! Have a nice trap!
Wow, what an asshole. I do not like this guy. Like, from the start, I wish I could punch him. It doesn't help that he does nothing but puns. The other thing that he does is he makes it so we are so pressured to follow the rules, and it's like, where is the room to think about each other? And I know that sounds kind of like corny and naive, but that's kind of what I enjoyed a lot about 999, right? And that's the switch up, that's a change. So now that the pressure, in my opinion, of this start is a little scarier than 999, it makes it harder to actually see things in a different perspective, right? Because hey, your survival is really being pressured here. But at the same time, we're not on like a boat, right? In quotes, we're not gonna die in 9 hours. So unless he tells me that is the case, we will die in 9 hours. We could just sit here and then all die together. And then what game would there be, right? I mean, that's probably not gonna be the case. He's definitely forcing us to go down certain routes that are kind of like predetermined for us. And I would like to think there is no predetermined route for us. There is some freedom in which we can do something. But hey, we got, what, 5 minutes left before the doors close? Something like that, right? So we got 5 minutes to make a decision. Is there actually anything that I can do where everyone can go through? So we got Phi and Sigma, and I'm pairing up, and I have to pair up with Luna. And Dio and Quark. No, hey, hang on. Red and blue makes magenta. Green and red makes yellow. Blue and green makes cyan. No, I'm still kind of fucked. Right? Blue and green? Can I switch it up? You could switch it up a little bit. You can say Dio and Quark, which is blue, go with Alice into the magenta door. So yeah, there is some freedom to kind of switch up the parties. But we're still kind of limited, I guess. I wonder why they did that. Maybe it's because it's easier to follow along, but 999 wasn't hard to follow, right, guys? Did any of you have trouble following the story? Like, with how they made things work, I don't think that was something he was concerned about as a writer. So this is just, in my opinion, a thematic change they're trying to do. Or like, it has nothing to do with I'm worried about my audience getting this. It has probably a lot of intention about just switching up the system. So, okay, so let's keep it really simple. Do I want to go through the magenta door? If so, my options are Sigma and Phi, right, the main two, and Luna, who's blue, or Dio and Quark and Alice. Dio and Quark are blue, and Alice is red, right? And it has to be 3 people, period. There is no other options. Luckily, there's only 3 doors, and there's 9 people, so everyone's going to walk through. There's no problem there. I don't really understand how we're going to be using the color wheel in a more interesting fashion. I understand how you're gonna use it to get through doors, duh. But I mean, how do you add that to the story and make it more interesting?
What are we waiting for? We need to go. We need to get through these other doors.
But how do we figure out which door to go through?
You still don't get it? Fine. Just pay attention, we don't have much time. Zero's explanation was pretty confusing, so let me put it in small words for you. There are only 3 possible options. Option A. Sigma and I pair up with Luna. Our red and her blue can open the magenta door. That would mean Clover and Kay would go with Alice. Their green goes with her red to make yellow. That just leaves Dio and Quark as the blue pair, and Tenmyoji as the green solo. The only door they can open is the cyan one. Got it?
I mean, this is a way of also forcing people to go through selected paths. So what would really suck is if you knew that a certain door had a trap in it.
Option B. Sigma and I go with Tenmyoji, so we can use red and green to make yellow for that door. That means Clover and Kay pair up with Luna to open the cyan door. This leaves Dio and Quark with Alice, and together, they can open up the magenta door. And finally, option C would be where we pair up with light colors to open complementary colored doors. That means Sigma, Alice, and I go through the cyan door. Clover, Kay, and Tenmyoji go through the magenta door. And Dio, Quark, and Luna go through the yellow door. Problem is, which do we choose?
I mean, if they were guaranteed to die to a trap, then yeah, I think it would be kind of boring. But if you think about it this way, if someone knew that a room was flooded, in quotes, right? And they said, well, I'm gonna make sure that I don't go through that room because I'm gonna die if I do so. So I'm just gonna run to the store immediately and just shove myself in it and fuck you, whoever goes to the other door, right?
Please, Sigma, choose something.
I mean, that is something. So just as our choices are kind of limited, there still is some choice. But in taking a choice, you deny other people's their options.
If you don't want to, then maybe Alice or Clover can choose. Or Tenmyoji or Dio or anyone.
I mean, we're starting the game. There's no real information that we have. Just choose a door and go.
Once one person chooses, everyone else's decisions will be made for them.
Oh, Luna got it.
But please, you have to hurry. We're almost out of time.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
Okay, so we got choices. I'm going to save. I'm gonna chuck. Actually, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna go to options. I'm gonna raise the volume.
Isn't that obvious?
Go back. Continue. There we go. Okay, guys. Your choice. I don't care which one it is. 1, 2, or 3. First of 5 is the one I choose. 1 is obviously go through the magenta door of Luna. 2 is yada yada. Okay. 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1 it is.
Sure.
All right.
Then Clover and I will go with Alice.
As long as I get to go with Alice, I'm fine.
I don't have any objections. We'll be going through the yellow door, right?
That means Dio, Quark, and I are doing the cyan door.
Ugh, stuck with a kid and some old fart. I can't see how this could possibly go badly.
I mean, these pairings allow me to understand the characters, so I'll just figure it out as I go.
Well, maybe we'll get lucky and you'll pull your head out of your ass.
What did you just say?
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close.
I guess if that's the problem, then let's see. Is there a group that I cannot understand? I can always understand blue, and I can always understand green, because red and blue make magenta, and red and green make yellow. So no, I can always figure out some person to isolate and figure out who they are. think. No, that's not true. Because you can't do 2 pairs. So I can't do red-red and then blue-blue. So I can't understand Dio and Quark and how they act. Unless we could switch perspective. I'm kind of curious about that. Who's the... Okay, so it's the pairs I am most worried about then. So I'm worried about Dio and Quark. And I'm worried about Clover and Kay. Really, that sucks, because I want to know more about Clover and what she's doing here. Okay. So that cuts things out as well. Oh, so here's how this game works, right? So you already know all the rules. Pretty much in 999, what I did was I went through certain doors specifically to isolate a character with me, so I can understand their thought process, right? Because they're forced into a room with me, and if you're forced into a room with a certain person, you kind of figure out how they think for a little bit, right? It's kind of like when you take a long trip in a car with someone. So, I don't know, driving from NorCal to SoCal is pretty long depending on where you are, right? And so on that trip, you're stuck in a car for a very long time, and naturally conversation just emerges. So you get to know someone because you're stuck in a room for a long time, same thing with a car. It's pretty much what I would like to do in this situation. But I can't do myself and Phi with Dio and Quark, because that's not allowed in the rules of the game. So that means the pairs are the ones that are denying me information. So I can only understand Alice, Luna, or who's the other solo person here? Temyoji, I think. Correct.
9, 8, 7.
We need to hurry.
3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Wow, people already... This is the map? They give you the map right away? Holy shit. Can I look at the map again, please? Wow, I'm legit surprised. Huh. Is this a bar or something? Okay, so that's another change they made. They straight up just give you a map. So I can't use the map to read into the story. Well, I mean, actually I could, but... That's an interesting decision, okay.
Didn't you see the door? It said this is the lounge.
Well, there doesn't seem to be much dust. Maybe there is.
What the hell are we? Like, seriously, this is creepy. It's like we're in a bunker or something.
Beats me.
I mean, I thought we were in a
Looks like
prison.
there are 4 doors in here.
Too much shit.
Yeah. The one we came in, the one opposite it, and 2 more on the left and right.
The one we came in, 1. The one opposite of it, 2. And 2 more on the left and right. So 4 doors total.
The 2 on the sides are covered with metal plates, though. Don't think we'll be opening them anytime soon.
Okay. I mean, maybe in the future we can open all these doors and have more options.
I didn't see any other doors in the hallway we came through.
That actually already says a lot now that I think about it.
Maybe we can find one of the keys to the AB room in here somewhere.
Like, forcing people with limited options to... I'm not sure how else to phrase this. You have a limited amount of options to escape and to see how a group tries to open up. I guess. That's barely anything, though. I mean, that's how I look at it when it comes to, like, sociology and so on and so forth. Okay, let's take a look at the room quickly. So I can see why I can't go through here. So, once again, this is the door we came through. Okay. Let's start at the front door. What's here? Looks like I need a key. Yo, what's with this beat? Okay, so I'll just swing right. Let's take a look what's here. Mysterious disc. Yeah, I'm not sure why this happens, but my sensitivity on my mouse is ridiculous. So like when I click it once, sometimes I get a double click, even though it's a new mouse. So I probably should try to fix that later. How new? We're talking like 2 weeks new. Yeah, the other issue that I've been having a lot is that sometimes it doesn't matter what mouse it is, it clicks outside the game, and I don't understand why that happens. Letters on the wall? Does it actually say anything? Hang on. RLOED1. Are that the ones that are... LLOIILION. What? I'll write it down. Okay, next page. Okay. So I need to figure out how I'm gonna section this off. So these 2 pages are for general information. These 2 pages over here are for solving puzzles. So I'll put this on the bottom and I'll put this on top. Here we go. We have... First, I'll write it down. We'll just write the whole thing down. So we got R, L, R, L, O, E, D, I, I, M, L, I. Yeah, okay. I, M, L, I, O, O, and R, O, O, and R, O, N, E, N. Okay. So now I need to mark down the ones that are red. So I'll put an X. X here, X here, X here, X here, X here, here and here as well. Here, here, and here. So how many red is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 4 is 20. So half are black, half are red. Is that right? Yes, that's true. Okay. Anything else I can observe? Nothing unique about specific ones. Okay, yeah, there's no trigger. Okay. Chairs. I can't interact with the chairs. Okay. What the hell is this? You have found a fragment of a bartender's diary. You can review it from the archive. Okay, menu, archive, file. 3 customers came in today, a couple and their son. Okay, so 3. The father sat in the center with the mother on the left and the sun on the right. Got it. When I came to take their order, they said the following. The father said, "My wife likes the color red, and I like white." Okay, red, white. My son always liked the ocean, so I guess blue. My son has loved the color blue ever since he was a child. My husband likes islands, and I like planet. Okay, these are weird capitalizations, so I guess that's the point. Ocean. My son has loved the color blue. This is not a really good way of doing the text. It's hard to tell if the bolds or not. He was a child, blah, blah, blah. My husband likes islands, and I like planet. My mother and I like moon. My father likes anything green. One of them was a liar, but I swiftly made their drinks and handed them over. I tried to say something about the mouse clicking outside the game, got hard blocked. Fire! Can you... If it's not too much trouble, can you tweet it to me? If you have a solution, I would love that. One of the terms might be... I mean, it's auto mod thingamajig. Is there more to this? There's not. Okay. So I will refer back to that later. Obviously, this is how it should go, yeah? Same deal. Okay. Out of curiosity, has anyone actually tried to... What's the word? Has anyone tried to put in a solution to a puzzle before you would naturally figure it out and actually gotten it to be solved? Because that would be kind of stupid, but is it actually triggered based, or you can speedrun this game by memorizing the exact solutions to these things and just shove it in? It does work? Okay. You have found an astronomy magazine. Okay. Dusty? How do I do this again? I go to archive, right? Then I go to astronomy. A magazine about, of all things, astronomy. Okay. This issue appears to be about lunar eclipses. The article says a lengthy lunar eclipse will occur at 4:50 p.m. UT on the 30. Oh wow, we're pretty far in the future, huh? In other words, at 4:50 p.m., you can see a total lunar eclipse. 4:50 p.m. Red, white, blue, island, green, moon, blah 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 blah. Okay, so I guess I'll refer to the memo and just see what happens. 2026? Okay. So 2 years after. That makes Clover 20. I'll keep looking before I start testing anything. So, what's this here? Garbage. That's not how it works, Fi. She seems a little bit out of place. 2 needles. And an empty glass. Luna, you are, you're someone else, man. Okay, alright. Your favorite color is green? Okay. Everything makes you happy, huh? What was color blue then? Well, thanks, I guess. No, alright. Jesus, there's so much here! Okay. Moon. Were you always an alcoholic? Everything, you're just drooling. I'm trying to think of like the worst alcohol I've had. I don't know, I've been pretty lucky with alcoholic drinks. I just can't think. Yeah, I can't think of one. So I've been very lucky about that. Huh. I don't even like beer or hard liquor. I just sometimes drink it. Sometimes. Okie dokie. So my guess is I use that memo to make the appropriate drinks and I just throw it on there. Alright, hang on. What was it again? Bartender's journal? My wife likes the color red. And one of them are lying, but one of them is lying. But let's just do whatever. My wife likes the color red, and I like white. My son has always liked ocean. Okay, sun and ocean. Red. Sorry, let's just write down the freaking names. So mom, dad, ocean. Mom supposedly likes red. Dad supposedly likes white. My son has loved the color blue. Sure, I'll say, according to the mom. So this is the father saying this. Now the mom is saying it. My son has always liked the color blue ever since he was a child. My husband likes islands and I like planet. So we'll make this into a weird graph here. Son likes blue. She says she likes planet, or the fuck that means. Dad likes island. Now we go to the dad section. Actually, that was a dad section. Now this is the son section, my bad. Son says, my mother and I like moon. Okay, so moon. And it's capital moon, so moon. My father likes anything green. Green. One of them was a liar, but I swiftly made their drinks and handed them over. Okay, so I'm gonna save because I'm curious. Alright, so the very first question I have is, if I fuck this up, will the game allow me to go backwards? If not, it'll be kind of awkward. Let's see if I can find anything here. This is the northern hemisphere. This is the southern hemisphere. Give me on the north, please. Man, you can have a lot of items in this game. Jeez. Thank you. Please. Combine this with the other side. Oof, it's gonna be one of those nights, huh? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use the restroom pretty soon. Go ahead and get this and this. Really? They won't? That's peculiar. How about this? That makes more sense. Okay, purely out of curiosity. Okay. So now that I've done that, let's test out a few things here. So let's go with the father first, who says the son likes the ocean. Huh, you can't use it that way. Interesting. Can I do it like this one? So can I get, like, for example, let's see, we got... We'll try ocean and blue, see if that works. Okay, so I'll grab... Oops, sorry. Moon, island, ocean, and blue. It's not functioned that way. It's a specific order that it has to work. Let's test that out first, too. So if I do blue and glass, does it function? No. If I shove in blue onto the planet, nothing. Okay, whatever. Let's see here. Let me look around the room. How does this work, out of curiosity? So if I were to put this into my hand and put it under here, the Y? Okay, out of curiosity. What are these pins? Okay, out of curiosity. Nope. Okay. Look around the room really quickly, and then I'll go to the restroom. So, does this function? Logically, it should. Let's try putting it on here now. Okay. So how does that help me now? I'll try the pins and see what happens. Okay. No. I will try pouring something on it, just out of curiosity. Nope, okay. Is there a light switch here that I see? There's also this. Okay, if I give it a dial, will it function? Okay. Ocean, red, and white were the first things that I saw in the father paragraph. So I will test it out. Move the hand to a specific time, then press the check button. Well, there's also 450. Well, what do I want to try first? Let's see, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. And 450 would be about right there. $450, so 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are these... hang on. How do you check it? Oh, sorry. Thank you. That puts the short hand at green and the long hand at sun. Okay, I'll write that down. Short hand at green. Green, long, sun. Ah, so that's what it does. I see moon at the very least. RL blue planet. Okay, now I will use the restroom. So I'll be right back really fast, guys. But very quickly. Oh shit, it doesn't work. Hang on. There we go. Very quickly, I want to go ahead and tell you my schedule. Sorry, things are a little bit weird right now. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. As a heads up, I'm going to be very busy tomorrow with work, so I might not stream more VLR tomorrow. Scott might be covering instead. There are 2 streamers on FinestKO. I'm Koopa. I stream on the days that I just mentioned. Scott will be streaming on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. PST. This Halloween, we are also streaming a little bit early, I think. I'll have to figure out what is the correct time for us to stream. But we are doing a Halloween stream, and once again, I'll be doing more VLR in the future. But tomorrow, it's really up in the air because of work. So anyway, let me bounce back really quickly. Just gotta use the restroom now. Huh, that was weird. The thing is not functioning correctly. Alright, apologize for the wait, guys. Let's see what we got here. So the light gave me blue planet, and I have R-L, E-D-I, M-O-N, and O-N as highlighted. So I guess I'll write that down too. R-L. I should really buy myself a pencil, like seriously. I don't know where all the pencils in the house went. I'm not even kidding. Okay, M is in red. Very, very distinctly red. So like that. O-O-N. O-N. Okay. They're like phases of the moon. Okay, so out of curiosity, can I do any... I mean, I already tried to put things inside here, but I'll try again. It's a blue planet, right? Clearly I'm being very silly, I don't understand this. The beam of light seems to have caused the word blue planet to appear across the surface of the globe. Okay. I mean, is that just the only solution to this puzzle? Can we do anything else? Our hand is pointing to green, and the minute hand is pointing to sun. Green sun. Oh, that is the permanent solution to the puzzle. I can't do anything else. Okay. Top of the machine at the button. Let's see. Thank you. Okay, so that's okay. You put both bottles inside. That's how it functions. Thank you. So I'll try blue planet first. Okay, and it wanted me to do green sun? Sure, I guess. Interesting combo. I guess the first question is... Oh, I think you put it on here again? It would make logical sense to me, at least. It looks like it's made to light up when you put a cocktail on it. Okay, well, what changed? What the hell? See? that's what I'm talking about. My mouse clicks outside the game. Alright. Okay, so we're missing a drink. The question is, what's the combo? My guess is it would be... So, we've done green sun, we've done blue planet. That leaves us with... What other color drinks do you have? You have yellow and red that haven't been used yet. But Red Moon makes sense. Let's try that. Because of that, right? Okay. Let's see. Where is Moon? Okay. Now I'll put this here. Go back. Green means I have the escape password, right? And blue means I have the gold file. Because I'll save, just make sure. I don't think I need to get this puzzle again, but I'll just write it down just in case. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Done. Okay. Oh, that's right. It just saves to the password, so you don't have to worry about it. A map, huh? Okay, so we went through this door, and we only have one chance of getting out, which is the front door. So we don't necessarily meet up in the same place. I went through here. I am here, I think? You guys go through here, and you should be in here. You guys are here. You guys could meet up here, actually. So you two could possibly meet up, but I'm isolated over here. As you follow me all the way over here. Huh. Floor A in the corner? I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. Two cards. Okay. Ambidextrous? Oh, they could be for points. Okay. That is hard to read. Here are a few more rules for you. Oh boy. Once you've opened a door, you can hop through it as much as you like. Oh, cool, really? The chromatic doors are like that too. Once you open them, even I, Carrot, keep you from going in and out of them. Any color of bracelet can go through them, and as many people as you like. Okay, so you're limited at first, but as you open up paths, you have the option later. You have to escape before you can take advantage of this free reign rule. Escape? You mean escape to get the out escape room? Once you've activated a chromatic door and gone through it to the puzzle beyond, it won't let you go back until you solve the puzzle. Okay. So if I want to get the golden file, I will have to solve for the thing that I am missing. Which I imagine is a drink that I put on there, and then we're good to go. So I imagine the drink that they want me to put on there involves this. Okay, let's see. So father says ocean. The son likes ocean, the mom likes red, the dad likes white. Let's see. Mom says son likes blue. Sorry. Mom likes planet, dad likes island. Dad says son likes moon. Sorry, son says the son likes moon, the mom likes moon, the dad likes sun, I think. What's the only thing that I haven't done? This is green sun, I believe. So I've done blue planet and green sun. So blue planet is a check. Already done that. Green sun. I see moon, moon, and sun. Ocean, red, and white. Do I even have white? I do. Moon, moon, sun. Ocean, red, and white. Father says the sun likes the ocean. Mom says the sun likes blue. That makes logical sense to me. The son says he likes the moon, which makes no sense to me. Father says the mom likes red. Mom says she likes planet. A red planet. Then sun likes... What the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Father says he likes white. Mom says father likes an island. Son says he likes this. Where's the lie then? My father likes anything green. Oh, it's green. Jesus. Isn't the sun lying? This doesn't make any sense to me. What's the logic behind this? My wife likes the color red. Okay, red. My son, I love the color blue ever since he was a child. My son, okay, likes blue since he was a child. My husband likes island, and I like planet. My mother and I like moon. My father likes anything green. I mean, I was thinking the mom and dad are truth as well. But I don't understand why the dad likes white and the mom says the dad likes island. And like the consistency of what they say about the son is that he likes the ocean and blue. And the son says he likes the moon, which doesn't seem to make sense to me. Okay, so we're gonna just do these combos. Okay, so the question now is what drink do I throw out the door? Cause this is the father, son, and mom. Blue planet. The red moon is actually correct though. The green sun. Oh, I get it. Okay. Where the fuck's the thing? There it is. Yeah, they also sat in a specific order. I think dad was in the middle, mom was on the left, and son was on the right. Is that right? Okay. The father was in the middle, right? Does it actually matter? Let's double check really fast. Archive. Couple and their son. Father sat in the center, mother on the left, son on the right. Okay. So what is the dad like? He likes White Island, which I do not have yet. Take it. Mom likes Red Planet. Gotta chuck it out. Please. There we go. Planet. Okay, Mom is on the left. Alright, so only the mom and dad are telling the truth. Therefore, the son likes ocean and blue. Oh my god. I mean, if it doesn't light up, then I can just switch it up, don't worry about it. Sun likes ocean blue. Huh. I'll switch up the sides in case I got it wrong. Yes, okay. Sun, whatever. Sun. It doesn't matter. The password's already saved. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Honestly, the only thing I was really confused by was how do you make the drink? I already knew the sun was the liar. And then I was like, oh, these are the names of the drinks, and I just look at the mom and father only for drinks. I was like, oh, okay. Sun. Oh shit, I didn't write it down. Oh, it's star. I can see my really shitty drawing to the side. Like, what is this here? God, man. Sometimes I think to myself, how did I get through college? If my writing is so bad that sometimes I can't read it, that's a question. Okay. Who did I pay? Well, you didn't hear anyone say this, but trying to figure out how to phrase this in the best way. I've helped people get into college before. I mean, they didn't pay me, but I helped them. I mean, it's actually not illegal. I had to like proofread something for a friend because he was curious about like if there's any grammar issues, so that's perfectly fine, I guess. I mean, there's a lot worse happening nowadays. Like straight up, parents paying their kids into college. That's essentially what's happening. I mean, that's always been the case, I imagine, but damn. Okay. Please, no more puzzles. I just want to listen to the story. Looks like a puzzle to me. Jeez.
Do you think it works?
Hey, someone's coming.
What the hell? How fast? Sounds like... Cool! Alright, glad that you're here. Should we wait for everyone else? You're all here.
Dio, Quark, and Tenmyoji.
Wait, Alice. That's not a top. Okay, anyway.
We ran into them a little bit ago. Well, not literally, of course.
I don't know. With a prowl like that, I imagine you run into a lot of things.
Look, man. So, I admire her for her fashion sense. I just didn't notice that her chest was like that.
Let me see the map.
Okay, so we still meet up in the same area.
That's the same as the map we found in the infirmary.
Oh, we found a map like that too. Ours was in the crew quarters.
Maybe we should sit down for a bit and exchange information.
No. There's plenty of time for that after we check out this elevator.
Okay then, done. It does sound familiar, right? I'll take an Akigo as well.
What the? Oh, this is just like the other floor.
These doors have colors on them too. The one on the left is green. The one in the middle is blue. And the one on the right is red.
Are these chromatic doors? Look, there's a box here. It looked like the ones we saw earlier.
Okay, so here we go. Get to see what the other red's like.
Yeah, just like the other doors. No good trying to force it open, I suppose.
Is something wrong, Alice? You've been staring at your bracelet.
Clover always smiling should be a meme.
Oh. No, I'm fine. But it looks like my guess was right. The numbers have changed.
Wait, the numbers have changed? Oh, yeah, okay.
Ah, for fuck's sake. You telling me we're gonna have to just sit around here for another 2 hours?
Looks like we don't have a choice then.
I'm a little surprised.
We gotta head back. Quark, why don't you show them that note we found?
Sure.
Oh?
Okay, so we're gonna go back and get our points.
Did it say something like supplementary rules? Because if it did, we have one too. We found ours in the infirmary.
Okay.
I don't think Zero's saying we can. I think he's saying we have to. Otherwise, what's the point of that key card?
You mean this? The Ambidex room key.
We found some too.
Let's head back to the warehouse.
So when Zero says jump, we say how high, huh?
If you don't like it, stay here. Stupid angry mutt watching the door sounds about right.
Asshole. Better hope I don't have rabies, you self-satisfied old turd.
Well, what's it going to be? Are you going to go back with us? Or are you staying here by yourself?
Alright, fine. I'm going.
I wonder if that's how the rest of the game's gonna go. Whereas you get more freedom, you get more rules. Okay, we gotta bounce back in what, 2 hours? Man, how are you gonna get some sleep?
So, this is the lounge.
It would seem Zero's notes were telling the truth. Getting back here was easy enough.
That means we could all go visit the infirmary too.
Or the crew quarters.
Hey, Grandpa, check this out. It's some of your favorite scotch.
Oh, tempting, but I don't really think now's the time.
Well, I mean, Alice and Clover being close makes sense to me. Quark and Temioji? Maybe. Huh.
Let's go, buddy. As soon as we get out of here, I can drink all the scotch I want. And you can drink all the root beer floats you can stomach.
What? You're gonna get me a root beer float?
Shit, man, I haven't had that in ages. I kind of missed that.
But are you sure? Do you have enough money?
Oh, ye of little faith. I found an old factory full of rare earth metals the other day.
Rare earth metals? Okay. God, man, if I could have any food I wanted right now, I'd go for lobster. Haven't had lobster or crab in a long time. On a random tangent, did you know that lobster apparently used to be the poor man's food? At least in America. Yeah, it used to be served in prisons. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Oh, you're finally done?
The thing, I don't fully understand it, but something like lobster became associated with wealth because of it wasn't banned for meat or something. So I don't understand the logic, but I guess in some cultures or religions, lobster isn't illegal to eat on certain fasting days. I think that's the case.
You were taking so long. I hopped off for a little nap.
But what else was it? It was also something like I'm trying to remember. I know there were rationings in America for war, and lobster also wasn't on the rations list, so that picked up. And I know that lobster was also served on trains when that got popular. So when railroads were made to connect the rest of America, lobsters were served on trains, and people got a better taste for that kind of seafood.
For yawning? Really?
Actually, hang on, I have a question. For anyone who fasts religiously, for anyone who fasts religiously, there are days in which you can't have meat, right? Is that a thing in Christian religions? I didn't know that. So you don't eat meat, but you can have lobster? Is that actually true?
You're just a computer program.
During Lent.
You don't get tired.
Okay, can you tell me what is banned during Lent?
Hey, B.O. My temper's got a hair trigger, and you're awfully close to pulling it. So I'd watch my mouth if I were you. Otherwise...
Well, you really need me to spell it out.
No red or white meat? What's the reason for that? I don't understand.
Forget it.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, well, why don't you have meat during Lent?
Alrighty, let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. Namely, how do you get more BP?
Huh. I guess that's something I'll look up later. Okay. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. So Kay and Quark have 2 each.
But who goes into what room?
That doesn't really matter.
It doesn't?
Anybody can go into any room.
But there are only 6 rooms.
Didn't I tell you? The 2 members of a pair share the same destiny.
Then you mean both members of a pair need to go into the same room?
Yes.
What do we do after we go into the room?
Play a game. Just like it says on the door. You play the Ambidex game!
Wait, what's ambidex supposed to mean anyway?
Both and something.
I would guess it's short for ambidextrous.
I mean, that's what I thought too, but does it work that way?
Most use the word to refer to the ability to use both of one's hands, instead of favoring the left or right. But it can also be taken to mean someone who is duplicitous or two-faced.
Oh, thank you, Kay. That's another point for sus. This guy knows way too much. Gonna give him another check mark. I'm not even joking. Kay. 2 sus for me, man. Get that check mark there.
Well, yes, I guess you could put it that way.
Then what's the nonary game?
That refers to the whole enchilada. The nonary game is a game where you try to open the number 9 door and escape. The Ambidex game is just a mini game we play as part of the larger one. Make sense?
Like hell. This shit is confusing.
Is it? Or is it that you're just a few carrots short of a bushel? What do you think, Theo?
You arrogant little bastard.
Well, that's just how I am. So you better get used to it. Now, could I have you all move to the AB room, please? I'll give you more specifics once everyone's inside. I think it'll probably be easier to understand that way.
Wow, the voice actor for Zero must have had a trip. This sounds like it would be really fun to be this character. There was no discussion, you just went in? Well, okay.
Why are you asking me? Just hurry up and get in there.
Okay, I'm kind of curious.
An Ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Wait, did you say polling? Who?
Fuck if I know. Look, it doesn't matter who she is. Just get everybody over here.
Oh no! Are there buttons near that wound? Is there part of a jewelry? I can't tell.
What the hell were you yelling at? What's going on here?
Is she? Okay. Come on, Quark.
Then she's...
Murdered?
Whose room was this again?
Looks like she was stabbed. Don't see a weapon around here, though. That means either the killer took it with them, or...
Part of them?
Well, if someone was strong enough and they had metal hands,
Let me double
then
check.
they might be able to stab someone in the heart.
Yeah, if this is the far left room, it should be K and Clover. I'll write that down. K and C, and they're the last one. It's a total of 6 rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6. So K and C are 6.
What are you suggesting?
Do you really want to know? Damn it. Yes!
It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Whatever. If we examine the wound, we'll probably get a better idea of what the weapon was. Let's get her to the infirmary. She might be old, but she's still a woman. If we're going to do an autopsy, she should have some privacy. Come on, boys, let's go.
DOK and I gingerly lifted the woman up and carried her to the infirmary. There's an infirmary here? Perhaps he just didn't consider himself one of the boys, or maybe it was something else. But whatever the reason, Temioji only stared. Someone you know? His whole body was rigid, like a rope pulled almost to its breaking point, but it was his eyes that caught my attention. He wasn't staring at us, not quite. It was more like he was staring towards us. A smoldering spark of something burning sadly behind... Oh, he's angry. Okay. It wasn't until we were almost to the infirmary that I realized Temioji hadn't spoken a single word since the moment we found the body. I turned to look back at him. He was following us at a distance, his breathing heavy and labored, and his movements slow and shuffling, as if his body was suddenly made of lead. I mean, gotta be fair game that I didn't see the... Actually, did I see the infirmary? I'm trying to remember. I went through the lounge, obviously, so someone else went through the infirmary, yeah. The old woman's body was surprisingly light. Carrying her felt almost like carrying an old, dry piece of wood. We set her down carefully in the infirmary bed, as we were afraid she might break. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. I was paying attention to a few other things.
Maybe she didn't suffer much when she died. Anyway.
Gotta give me a little leeway, okay?
I feel a little bad about doing this, but I think we need to examine her.
You mean like an autopsy or something?
I'm just going to have a look at the wound. If we had a coroner, then it would be a different story, but... What?
I have a medical license.
You do?
You're a nurse?
No. Well, I'm not exactly a coroner.
Interesting. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover, can you?
Sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
Are you really going to perform an autopsy? Oh, I won't really be doing it. I think that machine over there is a medical scanner. It's called an ATOM. It uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose people.
Ah, yes, I remember.
Oh yeah? And just how the hell do you remember that?
Because Alice, Clover, and I examined this entire room.
Yes, I think I should be able to manage that.
Oh god. This shot looks like I'm watching a PS2 game. (65 to 75) deceased, cause of death, exsanguination, so the loss of blood is my guess. 3 to 4 hours. Wait, time of death is 3 to 4 hours? What? Weapon entered through 4th intercostal piercing heart. Okay, got it. Wound characteristics. Clean, continuous. Wound angles. 1 sharp, 1 blunt. Wound cavity, 150 millimeters, etc., etc. Based on the characteristics described above, there's a 95% chance the wound was caused by a sharp, single-bladed instrument.
It means a tool of some sort. A knife, probably.
In other words, she was stabbed in the heart, right?
Yes.
Well, I suppose that clears me of suspicion.
Sorry, but no.
Why? Please, don't tell me you think my hand can somehow turn into a knife.
I told you that was a joke.
Then why am I still a suspect?
We found the old lady in one of the AB rooms, specifically the one farthest to the left. Before we went in there, only 2 other people had been in that room. You and Clover.
Yep.
Only one of you was conscious.
Because the other one was
Please,
smoking too much
stop
weed.
Joking around. I assure you, there was no one else in that room besides Clover when I woke up.
Hey Shadow, how you doing, man?
She must have been put there later.
But the door was locked, right?
Man, she's always smiling, no matter what.
I don't think anyone could have gotten in without the key.
Perhaps, but there was a hatch on the ceiling, remember?
Yes, there was. But Zero said he locked all the hatches.
We started the game and did what? 2 puzzles? So not too much, man. I'm still trying to get into the groove of the story, too.
You fucking bastard! Why'd you kill her, Kay? I knew it. You're him, aren't you? You're the real Zero.
Wait a minute, please. Just calm down. You aren't making sense. Let's suppose I am Zero. Why would I do something that would obviously cast suspicion on me?
Well, because you figured we'd think that. And you'd throw us off the trail by doing the exact opposite.
Okay, buddy.
That's not a logical argument. Still, you do have at least half a point. Your argument doesn't confirm my guilt, but it does show us where we should be looking. The real Zero. The person who brought us here is likely the person who murdered that woman. Doesn't that seem like the most reasonable answer?
I guess.
Why are you smiling, Clover?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If Zero was the murderer, then they could open anything they wanted to. I mean, didn't Zero say something about that?
The thing is now I can't read anything for her facial expressions because it's all messed up.
I live in the master computer. That means all the electronic doors in this whole warren are under my control.
Exactly. Also, consider this. If the murderer isn't Zero, why would the AI Zero stay silent? He told us that his job was to make sure the game ran smoothly, but now the unexpected has happened, and he says nothing. Why would he do that? If he can see everything we do, then he must know who killed the old woman.
Well, we're not entirely sure he can see everything we're doing, but hey.
So why has he kept his silence? The answer is simple. The murderer is Zero. Or rather, Zero Senior, I suppose you could say. He likely ordered Zero Junior, the AI, to keep his identity hidden. If Zero Junior told us about the murder, then Zero Senior's identity would be compromised.
Wait. Clover's facial bug expression is only on the Steam version?
There is something else to consider as well.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Perhaps this murder was not unexpected. Zero Senior murdered her, just as planned. Death is only another part of the game. Well, there's no way to know for sure, but I would assume so.
Ten minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes.
You know, legitimately, I'm thinking about commissioning an emote. Not now. I've already paid for 8 emotes, okay? In the future, I would like to have a Clover smiling emote And she's also smoking with shades on.
If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
I don't know.
Well, one thing's for sure. If we don't go vote, something bad's going to happen.
You see? Just as I said. Zero Jr. ensures the game continues, even though someone has died. All of this is part of Zero Sr.'s plan.
Let's get back to the warehouse. If we all head to the AB rooms, maybe we'll see Zero Jr. After all, he told us he'd give us specifics once we gone in.
Why are we stopping here? Warehouse A, here we go.
Up here.
Up where? On top. You're checking to see if the hatch is open? I mean, she can jump pretty high, so hey.
Seriously? That's the best you can do? I was expecting something about how I jump at the first sign of trouble. Yeah, well, there was something I wanted to check out. This thing. Remember it? Try opening it. Then that means this AB room is locked down tight. No one could get in.
We can test every single AB room if you want. Might as well go that path.
Yeah. I know. I just wanted to be sure.
Hey Dave, how you doing, man?
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Let's go. I imagine Algernon's waiting for us.
Oh, it's a
Look,
song gun.
There's something on the screen.
The Ambidex game will now begin. To enter your vote, please touch the Start button on your screen. Once you have entered your vote, the door will lock automatically. It will not open again until the polling period has finished. This isn't what I think it is, right? I hope to God it's not. Okay.
Astute observation.
Hooray! Everybody's finally here! I've been waiting. Ugh! Will all of you please stop bombarding me with questions? The other people in the other rooms are asking me stuff just like you are, Siggy.
If they're asking for a poll, I hope it has nothing to do with voting for a specific person. I really hope that's not the case.
I guess you probably can't hear them since these rooms are completely soundproof, but...
But having some type of, like, type of way of pushing people to the brink of making rash decisions would be in line with what I expect of this game, right? And sure, we have a dead body, but hey, who did it? Or like, Well, thanks for the sub, King Ice, and thanks for the host, Coach.
BO is especially loud.
Honestly, I was hoping that what we were going to do was play Mario Party games all day.
Real BO, I need you to shut up. There isn't much time. I gotta hurry and explain all this stuff, or the game will end before I'm done. So, no more questions from now on. No answers for anybody, okay? You just have to wait. Now, let's get this party started!
Probably the first Mario Party. You know those N64 controllers were really painful? Like, for me to win Mario Party games, sometimes I would have to put the controller in the middle of my palm just to spin it as fast as I could. And that shit got me blisters, man.
Let me tell you about the AV game. Since it's a game, you're obviously going to have an opponent. But it's not like this is a battle royale where you just fight everybody. Each round will be a one-on-one battle. Mono a mono, or mono a womano.
Okay, so this is a little bit better than I was hoping, but hey, we're still fighting someone.
Well, there are 2 people in each pair, aren't there? So it'll be more of a 2-on-1 battle, I guess. Now, I imagine you're all wondering who your opponent is going to be. It's actually really easy. You'll be competing against whoever you paired up with to go through the chromatic doors.
That is fucked up, really. That's also really good for writing, too. So, to isolate someone and understand them better, you walk in with them and you think you're an ally, but suddenly you gotta fight them afterwards.
For example, Siggy and Fido paired up with Mooney and went through the magenta door, didn't they? That means that Siggy and Fido will be playing against Mooney. And it goes the other way too.
Right, so you have 2 people against 1, which is an unfair advantage in the first place. You would pretty much have to game the system, because I'm assuming this is how you get points, and one person loses out on points, right? So you would need to figure out a way to spread the points so there is no argument or like, I don't know, paranoia in the future. But then the question is, how many points do you even have to share with everyone, right? Are we back to a zero-sum game again? Everyone wants to kill each other?
Mooney's opponent will be Siggy and Fido. Obviously, that means Potassium and Cleaver's enemy will be Alas.
Well, I mean, it would be... how do I put it? The presumption of a zero-sum game.
And Bo and Quirk's enemy will be Tenmeoldy. Well, I guess enemy isn't really the right word, is it? After all, if you choose ally, then they're your ally.
Doesn't help that there is potentially a traitor in the group as well. So if you go around going like, okay, so now I win this one, and the next one you lose, and then I win this one, the next one you lose, etc., over and over and over again, right? So the points balance out. I mean, so maybe someone will say no eventually.
What? Don't get it? Well, don't worry. Just listen while Zero the Third explains it all. First, I want everybody to focus on the screen on the device in the back of the room.
Who's the voice actor for Zero? Because they're having so much fun.
You should see A, ally, and B, betray on it. Do you? All you guys have to do is pick! Just pick one of those easy options! Your DP will go up or down, depending on what you pick.
Well, the thing is, we actually don't know if that's the truth or not, because we're in isolated rooms. Maybe one of them is, what do you call it? It's rigged. So even if I say ally, and our friend over in the other room says ally, it doesn't really matter. Zero gonna be like, ah, fuck it, betray, right?
It's a little complicated, and some of you are a little slow. So, I made this handy chart. The plus and minus are from your point of view. So, let's say you choose ally, and so does your opponent.
The rules were always respected in 999. Is that true? Let me think.
You'll get 2 BP, and so will they. And you'll all get a nice warm, fuzzy feeling inside.
Well, first, it's a new game, so I'm not entirely sure.
We call that the best pal's outcome. Just puts a smile on your face, doesn't it? Next is what you get if you choose ally, but your opponent chooses to betray.
I mean, here, you're saying, okay, I'm gonna pause it for a second. So you're saying that, let's just assume this is the case, right? And everyone agrees on this. Let's pretend we all agree that in 999, all the rules were enforced and they were always followed, and Zero never broke the rules of their own game. Okay, let's say that's a given. So now we're in a new game, and we're not even sure if it's the same kind of Zero, right? What if this Zero is a different Zero? In which case, I would be a little bit sad because I would love to see the other Zero again. But let's say it's a new person who's running the game, and who gives a shit if they saw the previous game 999? We're like, whatever. I want to do this by my own rules, right? Which means that I can break my own rules because I make the rules. So that's also a possibility. Since it's a new game, straight up, I don't know any of the logic for how Zero is doing things or why Zero is doing things in the previous game. I could be like, yeah, this kind of makes sense. I understand that this probably means so and so, right? And I can figure out the logic of Zero in 999. But for this game, it's a little bit early, right? I can't tell yet. So there's still a chance for some of this stuff to be actually rigged, right? So I'm just trying to see where the possibilities move forward and what's going to be established or not. That's it.
If that happens, you lose 2 BP, and they get 3. We call that the stupid jerk face outcome.
Okay, I guess I'll write this on my first page, so I have a reference point. So, it looks like this. So we have opponent, and I have myself right here, like this, and like this. We have ally. I'll have A and B for easy mode, and I'll put A and B for easy mode here. Okay, so we both ally, we get 2. If one person allies, hang on. There we go. If we betray, it's +3. If we both betray, it is minus. Okay, so A and B, my partner. So the 2 pair, you/partner, are here. Okay, so let me look at this a little bit more closely. My team and my opponent ally, we get +2. I choose to ally and my opponent betrays, gets a -2. I choose to ally and my opponent chooses to ally. No. It's if I choose betray, dude. My team and my partner, my team betrays, my opponent allies, I get +3. We both betray, we get +0. So is it true that the weight of my points is better if you're with a team? Let's see. Ally +2. If you betray, the person loses the point. Yes. Betray, they ally, I get +3. Yeah. So the point gain is bigger for the twofer.
Somebody did that to me. I'd skin them and stew them with some taters.
The third choice is the opposite of that. It's when you choose betray, but your nice, innocent opponent chooses ally. This time, you're the one who gets 3 BP, and they're the one who loses 2.
Okay, let me confirm this. Look again. Okay, next is what you get if you choose ally but your opponent chooses betray. If that happens, you lose 2 BP and they get 3. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not exactly that way. So one more time. You choose ally, they choose betray. I choose ally, you choose betray. Therefore, I lose 2 points. Okay, so this is from my perspective. Okay.
They call that the serves them right outcome. I mean, what were they thinking? Choosing ally was a stupid choice, and there's nothing for you to feel guilty about. And finally, the very last scenario. This is when you choose betray, and so does your opponent. If that happens, neither of you gets or loses anything. Absolutely 0 change in BP.
Boring. We call this the why even bother outcome. As the game master here, this is the situation I want to avoid the most. You're probably wondering about the pairs, aren't you? Well, let me explain.
Remember how I told you that both people in a pair share a destiny? Well, that applies here too. The two of you only get one vote.
Fair enough.
You get to choose once between ally or betray.
That doesn't mean you split your points, though.
You both get 3 points, or lose 2 points, or whatever. In other words, what you see on this chart is what you get.
Okay, but it's really straightforward. Just gonna believe what I see from my perspective here. Okay, there's no trick to it, supposedly.
Okay then. I think that about does it for the basic rules.
Well, actually, there's a little bit more. But
It'll just have to wait, I guess.
You can tell me it now, Zero.
After all, it's almost time!
All right.
No, I won't wait and I can't wait. Didn't you hear me? It is time!
Actually, what happens if we do nothing? Did you say anything about if we don't vote, blank happens?
1 minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
You see, it's time for me to be hopping on out of here. See you later! Have a nice trouble.
Yeah, we still don't... Okay, well, one of them said penalized was death.
We don't have time to talk about this.
But, like, is everything the same penalty equals death?
Choose betray.
Why?
We don't know if she'll ally or not. If we choose ally and she chooses betray, we're screwed.
No? Okay, Fi, you might be smart sometimes, but you also have to think about the implications of walking out of this and showing our watches to everyone.
That's a loss of 2 points. You tell me, Sigma. What's 3 minus 2? Exactly. If our BP gets down to 1, it's over. So...
30 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
just press the damn button! Fine. If you won't do it, then I...
No. Are you kidding me? Like... I understand what you're thinking, and you're thinking in terms of numbers, but... there's more... there's more than just gaining or losing points here.
10 seconds remain until Ambidex.
Yeah, she's not thinking about the long game, brother.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Do I even get a choice?
3, 2.
When your BP hits 0, you die.
How do you... Gonna give me... Wow, that's a... Got it!
That's what I meant.
1.
Fuck! Don't give me that shit! I'm gonna listen to you! Okay.
Round 1 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
Okay, where are you? I'm legitimately gonna give you a check mark. Fucking... Alright, Fi. That's your first one. Let's see what happens with this combo here.
Results will be displayed in the warehouse.
Okay, here's my question. Does that actually... Yes, there is a flow to it. Oh boy. Okay. That makes sense. One of these is going to be really interesting. Okay, I'm going to just... We're going down this all the way.
Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening.
Alright, so if we both allied, I get +2 points, which would put us at 5. Let's see what happens. Well, I mean, again, there's also the option of, like, Zero rigging a game, but for now, I'll treat it as if it were following every single bit of the rules.
What was that, Sigma? Don't play dumb. You chose ally. Didn't you hear me?
I mean, do you really want to talk about this in public right now?
I told you that if your BP drops to 0, you die. No, you could have done it. The brain's processing power increases during a crisis. It starts working so fast that a second can seem like an eternity. Your brain was doing that right before time ran out, wasn't it? Well, am I wrong?
That's an interesting thing to mention. Okay, do I make a note about that? Where would I write the note? Here, go on. I mean, we're talking about Crisis and Epiphany again, which is similar to 999. Crisis equals processing power. Let's put it that way. Sigma, wow. Are we sure Sigma's an... who's... How old are you, Sigma? Like 30?
Yo, what's up?
Someone's having fun.
Siggy! But no! Hey, what are you kids doing over there? We're about to announce the results.
Let's go. Time to see what the results are. Maybe it's different this time.
What do you mean by different? Okay. Fi obviously knows a lot. Okay. So then, let's say she is an observer. So then, if there's a carry through from 999, let's... Hang on. I can't type that into Google. I might get spoiled. Oh, fuck. No, I think I'll be okay. Okay, hang on. Alright, so that is what it looks like. Let's write that down. So let's draw this like this. I'm drawing the phi symbol. That's all I'm doing, I promise. Okay. This is what phi looks like. Sigma looks like this. I'm absolutely sure, but I'll double check. Sigma looks like this. Yep, I'm right. Okay. So sigma looks like this. Okay, done.
Good. Looks like you're all here. Finally.
I mean, all I did was I wanted to clarify the symbols for phi and sigma. That's all I did.
Let's get ready to rock!
Of course, I could be lying.
Ambidex game! Round 1! The results!
If everybody would please direct their eyes to this monitor.
Cute. Thank you. Alright, I am a little angry at you guys. That is not cool, really. Okay, so how do I keep track of this? When Kay and Clover were together, they chose to betray. When Dio and Quark were together, they chose to betray. That means Alice and Tenmyoji are going to be suspicious, but they see that Sigma and Phi chose to ally, so I could talk to them more and make them less nervous. So Alice is going to be red, I'm absolutely sure. And Sigma and Phi are red, so we can work together to figure out what the hell happened with Kay and Clover. Tenmyoji is green. He's working with... I want to say Clover is green, just because she's been smoking weed, but is she actually green? Clover is... Yes! Clover is green! Perfect! Okay. Alright. So Tenmyoji is going to be working with those two. That's not going to be fun. Dio and Quirk is going to be working with Luna. I'm worried. Okay. So how do I want to keep track of this? So in the first attempt, so I need to have like a separate page for this? Are you serious? No, man, that's way too... Jesus. Okay, how about this? All right. All I do is I make a section right here. Done. And we're saying first round results. That's all I'm saying. So first round is K and Clover. K and Clover betray. I'll just write betray. Dio and Quark. So D and Q betray. I mean, I don't have to write what I did, but that's fine. And every single person allied. So then I'll say Alice A is ally, T is ally, and Luna is ally. Okay. Why did you? Okay. Obviously I am Sigma and Phi, and we did ally. Okay, so that's first round results. So, not that this would matter, because this is a game, and I'm not talking to Alice in person. But if I were in this situation, and I just allied, right, and I know I'm working with Alice in the future, because this is what I was planning in the first place. I know that she is more willing to trust me. And I think to kill Alice would be very silly, because that means that maybe in the future we can't... Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to do R&R again, but maybe in the future we can't get through a door because the person's dead. So that'd be very silly, right? Let's see what to do here. All we got to do is get 2 allies 2 more times, and we got 9.
Here are the results from your game.
Got it.
Now, let us check the numbers on our bracelets.
God. I don't want to see the future in which we betrayed someone, because that looks like it would really separate us really easily.
Oh no, it's nothing. You don't have to thank me.
I mean, no, seriously. Can you imagine if everyone betrayed? Well, we get +0. But like, if all the pairs betrayed, how hard it would be to try to get the one person that you're working with next to actually help you out.
I only did what anybody would have done. I believed in you and Phi.
Quark, what happened?
No! It wasn't me! Mr. Dio tricked me! He told me he'd pick Ally! He promised! That's why I let him do the voting!
Supposedly Dio tricked you.
Is this true, Dio?
Are you serious? This kid's full of shit.
What?
I didn't do squat. Quark was the one who decided how we were gonna vote. You wanna know what he told me?
You just leave the voting to me, Mr. Dio. Grandpa's gonna choose to ally for sure, 'cause I'm his opponent on this one.
I'm just gonna keep this for a while.
I think we should betray. To be honest, I'm getting kinda tired of that grumpy old bastard. He's had a good life, but it's time for him to go. What do you say we leave the old fart here and leave? I've got a plan.
See? Don't worry about me. I'll just tell him you tricked me. He'll believe whatever I tell him. Besides, if he still trusts me, that'll make it easier to use him again later. What do you say, Mr. Dio? Pretty good plan, huh? Alright, let's do it.
You're lying! I never should have trusted you! Dio! You're a lying jerk!
Sure, kid, keep whining. See if I care.
Grandpa, you believe me, right?
Don't let this brat fool you, old man. All of this is just part of his plan.
You bastard! I'm not gonna let you get away with this!
That's enough, Quark. Don't lose your temper. How long have I known you? I could be deaf and blind, and I'd still know if you were lying to me.
Really?
You're just as gullible as he said you'd be. Hook, line, and sinker. Let me give you a little warning, Tenmyoji. That little shit is a hell of an actor. I'll bet you money he's a born con man. I don't know what he is to you, but if I were you, I'd trust the kid as far as I could throw him, and at your age, that can't be much. You hearing me, old man? Keep an eye on him.
When do we work with those two?
It's all right. I understand.
In the future.
I'm so sorry.
She says while smiling!
Bullshit!
I apologize. This is very unfortunate.
The past is the past. There's no point complaining about it. I'll just have to try and get those points back in the next AB game. Zero, when does the next round start?
Okay, so the problem now is that Alice has more incentive to betray.
What makes you think we'll be having another round?
Well, you said round 1. If there's a round 1, then there's likely a round 2.
Besides, didn't you say the goal of the AB game was to get 9 BP?
Okay, I need to know how many rounds there are, which also turns up to 6.
That's impossible without a second round.
I'll be honest, there's probably 3 rounds, in which case I'm not happy about that.
Yeah, I guess you got a point. You're right. There will be a second round.
When?
I don't know.
Why not?
The voting happens when an AB gate opens.
They're already open.
Right you are. So, let me just close them.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 2 of the Ambidex game will be the Moon Round.
Okay, so let's say there's 3 rounds. And we all started out with 3, right? So +2, +2, +2 is +6. We have 9, we can get out. If everyone just chooses to ally with each other, we'd be done. No, seriously.
Moon cards will be required to open the gates.
Well, that's assuming there's 3 rounds, but anyway, that makes sense.
Yes, indeedy. Now,
You'll have to look for cards with moons on them.
So, how many times do we play the AB game?
I don't know. As many times as you need to. It's anybody's guess how long it'll go. But I plan on keeping this party going until somebody opens the number 9 door.
So it's over when someone gets 9 BP.
Nope. As long as that person doesn't open the number 9 door, the game goes on!
Wait, really? No, not that, buddy. That. Okay, so can we have infinite rounds? Ask that question now, please.
Of course. You could also get stuck just below 9 BP, where every bunny just keeps going back and forth and back and forth, and then you're losing points. After all, if there's no bunny with 9 BP, the door can't open. If that happens, you'll just have to continue on to round 3, and round 4, and round 5.
Sure.
round 100, round 2000. You might even go all the way up to round 24,009,004,897.
Okay, guys, hear me out. I'm sure all of you hate this bunny, right? So let's try to reduce the amount of rounds that are done in this game and get the fuck out of here. All right, it's.
Although, I really, really hope it doesn't come to that.
Do you provide food here? No, seriously.
I don't know. Can you? Yeah? So? Nope. There aren't any rules about how many people can go through that door. It could be one person, or two people, or even all 9 of you. There is one thing, you'll see. All that stuff about how you have to have 3 people to go through the secondary chromatic doors, maybe it's not 100% true.
What?
Well, you can open the door with just 1 or 2 people if you want.
That's not what you told us.
Okay, well, there we go. So there is a chance for rules to be broken, or you can just use it purely to psych us out.
Well, I didn't want to make things complicated.
Then explain it now.
Just use the bracelets.
What? How?
There's a sort of scanner between the 2 doors. It checks to see if the right people are going through.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's scanning the people.
So, it's scanning the bracelets then?
That's the implication.
Ding ding ding! As long as the scanner sees the right combination of bracelets, it doesn't matter how many people there are! No, yes!
They do indeed.
Then how do I take it off?
Well, there's 2 ways. The first is to get through the number 9 door and escape. As soon as you're out, the bracelet unlocks all by itself.
What's the second way? Hey, Zero, wake up, will ya? What's the second way?
Oh, Theo. I think you already know.
What?
Do you really want to get rid of that bracelet?
Of course I do!
Oh, well, I see. It's easy. Nothing to it, really. You die.
Here's an exciting fact. Your heart creates a bunch of faint electrical impulses.
You know what an electrocardiogram is, right? Technically, it's a machine that graphs the electric current flowing across the myocardium, but you probably know it as the thing in the hospital with the little light that goes beep, 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 beep. When someone dies on a TV show.
You had a lot of fun.
Anyway, the point is that you can detect the electricity that your heart makes by pumping blood. Your fancy little bracelets pick up on that. They're always watching. So, when that signal goes away...
The lock on the bracelet releases, right?
Yep. So there you go. The second way.
Okay, so death or you get through the 9 door.
Your heart stops. Your bracelet comes off. Apart from that, there's no other way to get the bracelets off. If you try something harebrained, like trying to break them or something, you'll be disobeying the rules.
Shut the fuck up, Zero! You're not giving all the rules in the first place.
I don't think I need to remind you what happens when you do that. But if you're lucky, you might get to see a few of them come off during the next round. Oops. I guess it's not going to be very lucky for some of you, huh?
Next round.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Well, do I have to explain everything? Somebody might die during the next round of the AB game.
There. That's pretty clear, right?
If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be 10 Mialdi or less. One or the other.
Why? Do you think I'm gonna try to betray Alice?
Or it might be both of them.
Can we just shut this guy up, please?
Wait, what?
Why am I going to die?
I guess I can tell you why. Anyone whose BP drops to 0 gets penalized. Just like when you break the rules.
I'm pretty sure I already told you what the penalty is.
Oh, hey Alan, how you doing, man?
Correct, Siggy. Full marks.
Well, I mean, she might be involved with the research of the place. She might be an observer. I'll put that in quotes for now. She can read people's minds.
Alice and I only have 1 BP. That means we'd have less than 0 if we lost 2 points.
What?
What the hell? This is important stuff. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier?
Sorry.
Sorry's not going to cut it. I thought you were supposed to tell us the rules, not hide them.
Well...
Is there anything else you've conveniently left out? It's not fair to make people play a game without explaining all the rules.
I think it's fair. After all, it's not like anybody else knew. Right? Right, Fido?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's true. Why didn't you say anything about this? God, man, how messed up would that be if I'm actually locked with 0? That'd be really awkward. I mean, that would be a fun twist, wouldn't it? How would that work out? I mean, that's a little bit early to think about that kind of line of thinking, but... Okay, so on the right side, I have game theory, which is kind of fun, I guess. Left side, I have names, colors, pairings, a checklist. Then I also have the basic ideas of this game. I did write this one thing down here. Exactly 3 people can open a 3-colored door. That's actually a question mark now. Several questions. The other thing that was major was if you drop below 0, you die. Seven is rules are, in quotes, added to the game, or revealed to us, I guess is one way of putting it. And so there is that kind of paranoia being brought upon us. Why though? Because you want to have a facilitator of a game that was a lot more intrusive than the last one, I guess, would be the way to make this different than the prequel. Okay, so let's say that this is a social experiment again. Well, not exactly a social experiment, but you're trying to produce a result which would be, well, the old 999 game. The one before the present day would be like, I want to make a psychic child or some shit. So, let's say that we're in that experiment and not in the aftermath. You have a bunch of people together. And you're playing the prisoner's experiment, essentially. I mean, if you're looking for proof of something about humanity, there's that as an option, yeah. It feels like every single time I play this, I mean, it's a little bit different than in Werewolf, obviously, because there's people who just straight up want to fuck you over. But I have never had a single game in which every single villager did a very specific type of strategy, which was you get the Masons who are trustworthy. you have one of the Masons die on purpose to prove that they are the Masons together, and then you just give information to them, and then you start crossing people off by process of elimination. That's a really rare strat. I've never seen that actually work with anyone.
Uh-oh! One last thing.
I mean, that kind of information is really valuable, right? So if someone's willing to sit out the game and do that for others, it really changes the nature of the game. So some people say it's not fair, right? Like when I'm a wolf, I don't think that's cool, but I respect the strategy. So I'm okay with that. At the very least, it tells me that that person's gonna die, so I can choose someone else to not waste my time. So it narrows down the pool of people I need to kill. The other thing though is that I'm trying to think. When you do that, people might be pretty angry because they want to just experience the game normally, whatever normal means. There's a lot of ways that like Mafia and social deduction games can go. So I kind of just like ask around and get a feel for how people want to play that game. And if they want to play the game random select and see what happens, then I'm fine with it. But if people want to try different strategies, I'm also cool with it, right? You can do your best to narrow down the wolves and see what the counterplay to it is.
The next set of chromatic doors you'll be going through are downstairs.
I'll be honest though, the funnest thing about Werewolf for me is working together. That is really fun. And threatening people. It's also really fun.
You already saw them, right? There should have been 3. Red, blue, and green. That means that to get through, you'll need bracelets in cyan, magenta, and yellow.
But wait! You've already got those bracelets! Have a look! The color's changed, hasn't it?
So now we're... Oh! So that means the expected team comp is different now. Oh, so that means I can't exactly plan for the future because I don't know what my teammate's gonna be. Am I still paired up with Phi, or do you give me a different pair?
Me too.
Oh shit.
Mine's cyan now.
That's how it works? Oh. That's gonna be really weird. Okay, so that's my combo now. So how do I write this? So K and G were... What's K and G? K is K. C, it's C. They were green. So green and green. D and Q were blue and blue. S and P were red and red. So now I am with blue. So that means I will... How do I write this down? It's such a pain in the ass. Oh God, why would you do this? It's so painful to write the notes down. Okay, so then on this side, I am now... It's a different game though. Fine, whatever. I'll just treat this as attempt 1. So S is now Cyan. I'll put C. And I'm also with Alice. So that's C. Next.
Mine too.
Okay.
Wait. I guess the colors weren't the only thing that changed. It switched from pair to solo.
You're right.
Okay.
Mine switched from solo to pair.
Mine is now a solo as well.
Solo. Okay.
Yep, looks like mine's changed too. I've gone from solo to pair.
I'm still a pair.
The 3 of us seem to be magenta now as well.
Pain in the ass. This is such a... Do I just let this go? Okay, I'll see what happens if I let this go. And if it turns out that I'm okay not writing this down, then I'll see. If it's not okay, then I'll continue forward.
I'm yellow.
Yellow, okay.
And it still says solo. Phi, you and Dio are yellow now too, right?
Yeah.
Looks like I'm a pair.
When did they change?
Back when the AB gates closed. As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically. The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too. And of course, it's totally random.
Okay.
No rules or anything! Now, with all of that explained, I must bid you adieu. Sadly, we may never meet again.
What?
Why?
Well, there's not really anything for me to facilitate anymore. I mean, you guys are good from here, right? I'll never see you guys again. Did you really think I was gonna cry?
I was hoping you were gone.
Suckers! As if I'd cry over you dummies! You mad? Oh. Anyway, good luck. I may be gone, but I'm always watching. Maybe I'll see you again someday. Have a nice tragedy.
Whoever makes it out, kill the rabbit. I don't care who it is. At the very least, if I die, promise me, do a blood pact with me right now, brethren and sisters, to kill the rabbit, whoever makes it out. Okay? Do it!
That little piece of shit.
You know, kill the real Zero, then kill the AI. I'm fine with it.
If I could just get my hands on that little fucker, I'd squeeze him till he popped.
Blood pact with me, Dio. I already traded in my humanity for a hitbox. I'm pretty sure we'd be okay together.
So what happens now? We've still got a while until the chromatic doors open.
We should go and see if we can find any other exits. Maybe there's a vent or a disposal chute or something. If there's a chance Zero missed something.
I concur. There's no point in standing around. We lose nothing by looking. And if we find nothing, we can always return and go through the chromatic doors.
Okay, so the issue is that I need to convince Alice to... God, this sucks because the pairings are different now, so it's harder to... Because she's going to be scared at one, right?
Let's split up. 5 minutes would give us a good half hour, so...
Yeah.
Let's meet in front of the chromatic doors 5 minutes before they open then. Any objections?
I mean, there is a way. Let me adjust a few things. So I will do this, and raise this a tad bit here. Like this might be a tad bit better. Okay, so if I scream like that, the clipping is going to happen here. So then okay, down, up here like so. There. This is mainly just sound balance, though. That's the issue. So if I were to lower the game a little bit more, like that. Okay. Although there was one issue that I was considering. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I was worrying if there was a part of my mixer that was getting kind of funky, because the second slot for my headset is actually dead now. So I had to use the third one. Hang on, I actually didn't read that. Try as I might, I couldn't think of anything. I mean, I had this mixer for a while, so it's understandable. I couldn't think of anything I'd done that could have landed me in Zero's game. Okay. Okay, so the reason why you're in the game in the first place, like kind of like a punishment. No, it's true. Like here, I'm gonna put my headset into the second slot, and it should be dead. Test. Oh my god, my ears. Okay, it's actually alive. Interesting. All right, let me lower this a tad bit right here. Let's do so right. Huh. That thing was dead for quite a while, though. That's new to me. All right, let's see. This is a little bit better for balance. Raise this up a tad bit here. There we go. Okay, I say a little bit more. There we go. And that should be okay. I think the test 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Okay. How's that sound balance for you guys? Is that okay? Do you hear me well enough? Do you want the game a little bit higher? Your call. Okay, we'll go with that then. Double check this again. Had I started a fight with a frightening and mysterious religion? Okay, so how you got into the Zero game? I just... Wait, really? One night stand with a mistress of a prominent politician? Seriously, okay. God, that sucks. Wow, this is a pretty bad combo. Let's see what we got here. That's a combo I never liked in college, so I would normally write my essays pretty late at night, just like how I do nowadays with articles, right? I did take energy drinks back in the day, but 5? Really? Man. I hope none of you guys actually do that. Okay, I was way back in the day, King. I don't shower in NOS anymore. Yeah, I don't know how my friend drinks Monster all the time. Like it's a regular ritual for that guy, but he doesn't get much sleep either, so I'm kind of worried for him. I mean, Dave, I'm assuming you're joking, because that would be terrible. But then again, I don't really know too much about your sleeping habits or anything, but I imagine it can't be as bad as mine. Did they just like take the exact same image of Zero from 999 and just photoshopped him in there? Man, is Zero even real? Is Zero just a figment of my imagination? Is 999 even real? Am I real? Why are people calling me Zero still? It's already confirmed to be Mio. Are these real choices? That's not the important part first, so I can just do whatever I want. Okay, let's go ahead and save. 404. Ooh, a number. So what I'm going to do first, guys, is I'm going to grab some water, and I'll be right back. I'll probably be ending the stream in about 1.5 hours, so you still got a decent amount of time to chill in here. But I am going to be pretty busy later today with more work and writing, so just keep that in mind. Anyway, if you want to help support the stream, please retweet that link there. I'd appreciate it. And my buttons are not working. Interesting. Okay, here. And I'm going to give you a quick heads up. There are 2 streamers at FinestKO. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. However, this Wednesday, I'll be busy with work, so Scott, the other streamer, will be streaming instead. He normally streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. PST. So if you ever forget, 8 p.m. PST, pretty much every single day is when we stream, although weekends are kind of up in the air. Halloween, we will be streaming as well, but instead of 8 p.m. PST, I will be doing a Halloween stream that begins earlier. We'll have to figure it out until you know. Okay, anyway, let me go ahead and get some water. I will be right back. Oof, man, I really should have made some coffee. Whatever. There we go. Lounge it is.
Oh, Sigma.
Well, this is a combo.
Perfect timing.
You were here earlier, right?
Wait, really? I mean, you've been with us for a while when it comes to like the 9-9 streams, son. We've been going up pretty late.
Did you find anything suspicious?
Like, secret pathway or something.
Anything else then? Anything out of the ordinary?
Okay, we're starting some pretty bad habits then, Zeph. I'm sorry for being a bad influence. But I'm glad to see you're here.
How about this? This New Year's Eve, then? Wait, what did you say? What do you mean 6 days?
Can you repeat that one more time, Alice? Well, rather, Sigma. It's going to happen on December 31st, 2028. This New Year's Eve, then. Yeah, 6 days from now.
Wait a minute. When were you grabbed? Yeah.
What day did it pick you up?
I was abducted in the middle of the night on December 22nd.
Okay.
I think it was the 20th.
20th, 22nd?
Then we were all taken on different days.
Okay.
Maybe they kept us on a Soparil IV drip or something?
In theory, you could have everyone wake up at the same time if you got the dosage right. I think that's likely.
Yeah. Some of us were probably abducted after you.
You too? I felt disoriented since I woke up. My body doesn't feel right.
Well, maybe it's because we were asleep for so long. Your muscles start to atrophy if you don't use them. Beats me.
I have no idea.
Okay. Ideally, we compare stories with everyone else, but I don't think they're gonna be that helpful anymore.
Nah, nothing in the quarters. Oh well, there was a book about a cat.
A cat?
Yeah. Something about a cat in a box and whether it's dead or alive.
Okay.
Didn't make any sense to me, though. Yeah, I didn't think so either.
Well, actually there was one thing.
What?
I wasn't trying to hide it. The right moment to mention it just never came up. Well, see for yourself.
A newspaper? Let's see.
It was in the safe in the infirmary.
Let me see that. Radical 6 infection spreads. Cure continues to elude authorities.
Don't give me that we are the last of humankind alive. I'm not a big fan of that right now. Okay. There's a disease out there. Radical 6?
Just read the article.
Sure. I swallowed and began to read. The Radical 6 virus continues to spread across the globe like wildfire. The WHO has confirmed that the death toll, the WHO has confirmed that the death toll is 100,000 victims. What the hell? Immediate quarantine of any infected patients is strongly advised. It's possible.
You mean you think we got infected with this Radical 6 thing? Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, we don't know anything for sure, but look at us. We seem pretty healthy. Admittedly, I don't know what the symptoms of Radical 6 are.
Thank you, Fire.
But if it's killing people worldwide, they must be horrific. Now, just look at this soft, lustrous skin. This perfect, shapely face. Does this beauty look like something infected with an awful disease? You want to touch it, don't you, boy?
Do I still have that soundboard?
You like big potatoes, don't you?
I do. I actually do.
I can see it in your eyes. Go on. Try.
That could just be from sleeping for a couple of days. Or maybe it's a side effect of that drug. Besides, if this is where they ship people to quarantine them, don't you think there aren't enough, people? This thing is killing people all over the world, right? So why would there only be 9 of us here?
Think about it. Zero is forcing us to play this nonary game. Why would the government quarantine people and then make them play a game? Yes, it is.
Probably not.
I mean, I wouldn't think so, but it's Ichikoshi.
That's true.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I want to ask Temyoji if he knew that woman. That's kind of important too.
I hope they're all right. Neither have I.
Me either.
Why Temyoji? He seemed to actually know the old lady that died in one of the rooms. And so, well, I mean, he was silent the entire time. It looked like he was kind of angry, so if I had that information, that would be nice. Also, has Vex King said a single word other than emotes?
I don't think you'll be able to just puzzle that out. If we want the truth, we need to find more information.
Alice and I are gonna stick around. You know, just in case you miss something.
Yeah, I've always wondered if, like, how much of Twitch is filled with bots?
Don't really feel like I can trust your eyes.
Oh, so he's actually a person. Got it. Man, is this deja vu? I feel like someone has said, "Are we real? Is Koopa Zero in 999?" It seems very... Is that a meme or something?
Hello, Mr. Sigma.
Nothing yet.
Well, Alice, Clover, and I did go over this room quite thoroughly. I doubt you'll find any hidden hallways here.
By the way, Kay, who chose to betray? Was it you or Clover? I want to hear that from you.
Well, I was concerned about the lady you found. Who would do such a horrible thing?
Given what we know so far, you're the most likely candidate.
Fly, please. Why would I kill this woman?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying the evidence points to you right now. If we find more evidence in the future, that could change. Beats me. I've never seen her before.
I don't know her either.
Neither do I.
Okay, so if Temyoji actually knows her, I can confirm if this kid has ever seen her.
Well, I suppose I might have known her before I lost my memories, but there's no way to know, is there?
You still can't remember anything?
No. Not even a little, unfortunately.
Honestly, I'm trying to think of the last time a very young, evil kid, not in a horror game, was prominent.
Are you suspicious of me too, Sigma?
The last time was Persona 4, because the mastermind is clearly Nanako.
If someone ran into you on the street at night, they'd probably pass out from fright.
Or maybe even during the day.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize for my frightening appearance. No, I suppose not. Well, I assume not. But I'm not sure why, but none of this feels particularly strange.
What do you mean?
The mask and the suit, I mean. In a way, it almost feels natural.
Like you've always had it, okay.
I don't feel as though I was forced into it.
Are you saying this is how you always look?
No, I don't think that's it.
This might be a pretty obvious question, but is there any way for you to take it off?
No, I've tried several times, to no avail. I honestly don't even know where to start. But there is something I'd like to ask of you. There are parts of the suit I can't see. Could you have a look and tell me if perhaps there is a switch or something similar?
Fair enough. Open on the back?
A hole?
You could open up the suit and take the mask off.
I see. That's excellent news. We just need to find whatever it is that goes in there then. Thank you. I feel somewhat relieved. I was beginning to fear I might have to spend the rest of my life like this.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to do VLR tonight, but it ended up working out. Whoa, there we go.
Wait, a minute ago you said that it felt natural.
Well, it does. But that doesn't mean I want to stay in it forever. Imagine having glasses, for instance. Wearing them doesn't feel strange, but you'd hardly want to wear them all the time, forever, would you? That's what wearing this suit is like. Well, I think that's enough about me. Should we move to the next room now?
No. There still might be something here. I'm staying.
Me too.
I see. Well then, I will move ahead and see how our companions are doing. What do you intend to do? Where do you plan to go? Very well. I shall head for the lounge then. Until we meet again. Excuse me.
So I think I would know this if it already happened, but there is no Zero Escape anime or anything like that, right? This is a little funky.
Oh, Sigma, what are you doing here?
Okay.
I wonder.
At one point, I would say it's not likely, but now we live in a world where Muv Love Alternative is getting an anime, so at this point, pigs can fly.
Oh, you think so? But you sure it ain't just all in your head? Why do you want to know?
I guess he's not too trusting given what happened earlier with him.
Sigma, where'd you come from? No, it's okay, I guess. I just thought Tenmyoji was the only other person here.
This is the crew quarters. I came here with Clover and Tenmyoji. We decided we'd split up to investigate.
Zero. No, I meant I found 0 things.
I didn't find anything either, although I guess you could say this whole facility is suspicious. Well, maybe solving all of these puzzles is part of the nonary game.
I kind of wonder, what would it be like if your job is to make puzzle rooms for people? That actually sounds like it would be a lot of fun, but that can be a year-round thing.
Well, this is just, speculation, but maybe it's for entertainment, so rich, powerful people can watch.
You know, yeah, that's possible.
Yes, they're probably off in an opulent theater, watching us struggle while they drink brandy and eat caviar.
Oh, you think so, huh? So some rich bastards killed her off for kicks. What kind of a death is that?
Well, maybe her dying didn't have anything to do with the rest of the game.
No, Kay was right. If her dying wasn't part of all this, the rabbit would have said something. But what we get? Nothing. Just tells us to keep playing and disappears. I can only think of one reason he'd do that. Murdering her was always part of Zero's plans. Now, if you can think of another way all this fits, well, I'd love to hear it.
So you're saying that Zero Sr. is the one who murdered the old lady?
Well, if I had to guess, at the start of every single round, we lose someone close to us. Because you want to up the stakes, so people just can't do what I want them to do, such as, ally, right? So, okay guys, we've allied 2 times now. We said ally one more time, we're out the door. I mean, that's still the fastest way, in my opinion. Unless you really want to betray twice. You could, I guess. But, like, there's no guarantee unless you all, like, shake your hands at something.
Now, it sure looks that way.
But pretty much anything to break a status quo or stalemate, I think is kind of necessary to get this atmosphere.
That means there's a 7 in 1 chance anybody could be the murderer. Well, Alice and I can't be Zero. What? Come on. Alice and I know each other.
Well, how do you know each other?
I guess you could say we're co-workers. An organization?
An organization, okay. Of people who try to bust through Zero Escape games and save people. Right, Clover? You're gonna get us out of here?
That's kind of vague. What kind of organization?
That's... I can't tell you.
Oh, you can flip through? Oh shit! Well, this has changed the game.
I mean, I can't tell you. Just forget about it, okay?
Why can't you tell us?
Because it's confidential. I promised I wouldn't tell.
Yeah! What if the people you work for have something to do with what's going on here?
Yeah, you're right.
She says as she smiles.
Maybe I should tell you.
Hey, sorry to butt in, but it's time to go.
What the? Why? That's incredible information to know. Bitch. Okay, yeah, he's right though. I wonder what would happen if I went there first. There's no way he could say, "We don't have enough time. We gotta go."
Huh, you think?
I mean, we can test it out. You wanna try it, buddy? Wow. No skip yet, huh? Alright.
Oh, what are you? What you? Why do you?
Zipnitis we zipno
Well, well, maybe yes. Well, maybe.
Okay, we've heard what. Just tell. I can murder you.
So you're saying that
Now it's
that? Well. What? Alice and I know just forget about it, okay?
What? Excuse me? Really?
Why can't you tell us?
Because it's confidential. I promised I wouldn't tell.
Yeah! But what if the people you work for have something to do with what's going on here?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should tell.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Sorry, but I just don't really trust you guys. I mean, what if one of you is Zero?
Bitch!
It could be any of you. Sorry. Anyway, I think that's enough about me and Alice. I just don't really feel like I can trust you guys. Maybe if that changes, then I can tell you. So, I guess I'll go now.
Okay, so I know what my objective is for the next attempt for this game.
Go! Where are you going?
I don't know. I haven't really figured it out yet.
Then I'll be going too.
Fine.
Save it. I don't trust you any more than she does. Sorry.
Okay, I think that's kind of cool. Like, having that kind of variety for scenes in which order you go through makes it a lot more fun to watch. Okay, guys, I think I'm actually going to end it early. So I know I said I'd go for another hour 30. I'm going for only 30 minutes, so we hit that point. I have a lot of work to do later today, so I hope you understand why I'm dropping the stream a little bit early. But anyway, let me give you the heads up, guys. So first, there are two streamers on FinestKO. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. The other streamer is Spirit Juice. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. PST. Because I'm using tomorrow to work on work, pretty much, Scott's going to be streaming at 8 p.m. PST. And on Halloween, we're actually going to be starting a little bit earlier than usual. So I will let you guys know. Anyway, let me go ahead and hit this really fast. I need to figure out why this is not shifting correctly. Whatever. We are FinestKO, a variety stream of fighting game roots. If you want to know when streams and events happen, I recommend you follow us on our Twitter at twitter.com/FinestKO and facebook.com/FinestKO. Chaos, can you hit the social media links in Discord for me? If you want to follow me personally, you could do so at twitter.com/basekoopa. You can ask me any questions about work I'm doing, movies I've watched, my opinions on visual novels, play me in fighting games. I'm down for any of that, actually. If you don't have Twitter or Facebook, I recommend joining our Discord. It's where our community resides, and it's also a place where we do a lot of after-hour hangouts. So if you want to just find a way to join us for more activities, Discord's the place to go. And if you don't use Twitter or Facebook, it also notifies you of events and streams. Okay, guys. Oh, man. I'm gonna get a little bit of sleep. I'm pretty tired already. Okay, I'm gonna just host a stream, and I'll see you guys Halloween. So that's Thursday, right? Correct, on Thursday.